Hey everyone, Maxtortion here. Welcome to a new Legacy video. Today we are playing a Legacy Showcase Challenge, which is one of the more competitive premier events on Magic Online. They get to be fairly large tournaments because the top 8 qualifies for the Showcase Championship, Showcase Qualifier. I don't know exactly what it's called, but the short of it is that it becomes like this small, like 27-ish player tournament that if you win, you qualify for the Mox and the Pro Tour and has an insane amount of prizing associated with it. And so top eighting one of these things is a big deal and something that you really want to try to do if you can. You enter with QPs, qualifier points, which you get on Magic Online for doing well in like leagues or prelims and stuff like that. And what I am playing today is Blue-Black Rescaminator. And I'm doing that to see how I feel about Blue-Black Rescaminator mirrors, because this is the best deck in Legacy, and I anticipate that a large portion of the field is going to be on it. Now, why am I playing Blue-Black Rescaminator mirrors? Because I already top-8ed one of these. 5 weeks ago, I top-8ed the last Legacy Showcase Challenge with Moon Stompy, which was a blast, and I think was a deck at that time well-suited to beat Blue-Black Rescaminator. And I actually didn't really end up playing against it, but beat the other stuff too. But yeah, anyway, so I qualified for this Legacy Showcase Championship thing. And so I want to see if I feel good playing Blue-Black Rescaminator mirrors against a bunch of other really good players. So this is the list that I am planning to play today. You can see that it's a little bit different than exactly than the most like stock Rescaminator decks. You can see that I have 2 Dothy Voidwalkers in the main deck, anticipating the mirror. I have 3 targets, an Atraxa, an Archon of Cruelty, and a Grizzlebrand. I'm not completely sure on the Grizzlebrand. I might actually make that change, now. I think that's maybe a little bit of a liability in the mirror because of the fact that your opponent can discard it from your hand and then reanimate it. But the nice thing about having more in-tune targets is that with Psychic Frog, you can just straight up discard them. And so I'm not entirely sure which side of that I want to be on, but I think I just decided that I want 8 reanimation effects just to kind of increase my odds of hitting. Moving over to the sideboard, I've got... Actually, let's talk about the main deck a little bit more. So yeah, to fit these Dothy Voidwalkers, I trimmed a Daze and a Troll. And so I was able to, and I guess technically a Brazen Borrower. These are the cards that you often see in quantities of 2, respectively, 2 Brazen Borrower, 4 Daze, 4 Troll of Khazad-dûm. But I'm playing a little bit of a more stable mana base. I'm doing 2 Surveil lands, so I'm at 17 lands, and because of that, I was able to cut 1 Troll. And then the Daze and the Borrower are really just, you got to cut something to play more cards. You can't just play 62, or you can, but you shouldn't. So I'm not. I'm playing 60 cards, and I'm playing 2 Dothy Voidwalkers main deck as a way to anticipate the mirror. Now onto the sideboard, I've got kind of a fun of Tamiyo that's been quite good. I was playing 2 of her up until, I guess, last night when I just made the swap. She's really good at just like being a turn 1 play that warps the game around her, allowing you to kind of get your reanimation stuff online. But I wanted to squeeze in a pair of Orcish Bowmasters because I think that a lot of people are cutting the card entirely and people are respecting it less. And if people are also playing more Tamiyos and brainstorming to flip Tamiyos, I want to be playing some number of Bowmasters. So I made some cuts to try to squeeze Bowmasters back into the deck. Otherwise, we've got 2 more Brazen Borrowers to supplement the one I have in my main deck. I have a Filigree Silex and Engineered Explosives as 2 similar cards that fill the same role of blowing up Chalice of the Void, Construct tokens. This one's a little bit better at blowing up, like if your opponent plays like a couple Dragon's Rage Channelers and a Delver or whatever, you can just play an EE and mop up the board. But Filigree Silex, you are able to, pay the mana up front, so you can just kind of hold it up for as long as you want and not have to hold up 2 mana with EE. So whether you're holding up mana on the activation of the ability or on cast, it's better in some ways, worse in others. So splitting the cards kind of seems like where I want to be. As far as removal goes, I've got 3 Fatal Pushes and I Go for the Throat. Pretty versatile spells that hit most things, are pretty good against the Eldrazi deck. I've got the remaining 2 Dathi Voidwalkers and, a couple of Force Negations to try to do well against combo. So again, I've already top 8'd this event, or the last one of these. And so my goal here is to, top 8 again, why not? But also really just to see how I feel about playing a bunch of Rescaminator mirrors, so I can figure out if Blue-Black Rescaminator is a deck that I want to play in the Legacy Showcase Qualifier, the high stakes event. No, not that one. This thing qualified me for. The championship entry. So yeah, that's what I'm doing today, and I will see you all for round 1. Hello, we're here for round 1. We're against a Miracle who is, I believe, a Jeskai control player. Let's see here. So this hand has an Entomb, it has an Atraxa. It does not have a blue source. If it had a blue source, it would be an easy keep. But as of now, I think it's a mulligan. Well, this is much better. It's got an Entomb, it's got a Frog. I think I'm going to pitch the Grief. I'm going to keep this hand. I'm going to say goodbye to Grief. And I'll plan to Surveil turn 1, possibly Frog turn 2. And I want to try to Entomb Reanimate when the coast is clear. Also, I need a... opponent said that they haven't played Legacy in months and looking forward to seeing new things at work. Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately for my opponent, I am in tryhard mode, so I'm not really doing that many new things right now. Okay, so let's see here. Brainstorm is pretty good at this point because I want to sculpt my hand and figure out what to do with this Entomb and all that. Okay, so now we have a Troll, which is a nice thing to put into the graveyard. Do I want to potentially... What I'm thinking right now is I could put away the Troll and then I could Entomb to put a scarier creature into the graveyard, presuming my opponent is on Jeskai control, because Troll just eats it to a plow, so that's not quite worth all of that effort. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put these 2 away. I'm going to go for an Underground Sea and probably... let's go Island Ponder. Unless, in case my opponent's playing main deck back to basics and stuff. Okay, so another Entomb, Underground Sea, Wasteland is not what I want. Animate Dead is what I wanted. So now what I can do is when my opponent taps low or whatever, I can try to Entomb and Animate Dead all in one turn. Okay, opponent's doing a Brainstorm. That end step Brainstorm implies to me, yeah, so they had cards they wanted to shuffle away. So end step Brainstorm, upkeep Yorion. It's just a way to get rid of unwanted cards. Now if they play this Tundra and then tap it, I am much more inclined to go in for something that stays protected here. But as it stands, what I'm more interested in is finding a 3rd land to then play the Psychic Frog. Did not find the 3rd, well, kind of found a 3rd land. So yeah, I think what I'll do here is I'll take the Troll, and then I'll Swamp Cycle it for a tapped Undercity Sewers. which I can use to get another surveil. Voidwalker. Is this the matchup for it? I don't really think this is the matchup for Voidwalker. I'm going to put it into the graveyard. Like, Voidwalker is obviously a fine draw, but I think that a random card in my deck might have more utility. Okay, they're tapping out. Maybe for like a Teferi or something? Narset? So I'm prepared to fight over this Planeswalker, I think. If it's a Teferi, I absolutely have to fight. If it's a Narset, it's hard to say. And the reason why is because Atraxa is really good but does not draw cards. Okay, so they just fetched without anything. Okay, so now what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to play a Frog. Froggy Frog. I'll let my opponent use a Swords to Plowshares. And then in the end step, I will Entomb. Trying to clear things. Okay. Opponent didn't want to Swords to Plowshares there. 1, 2. Prismatic ending. All right. Prismatically ended. We will Entomb in the end step. You got Atraxa down. And now I have Force. Basically, I have 2 reanimation spells here. So first one, Animate Dead, Atraxa. Let's try it. Opponent's thinking. Okay, they force it, pitching Supreme Verdict. I'm going to let this one go, and then I'm going to reanimate Atraxa. And I will fight over this one. Okay, well, it resolved. Eating a Swords to Plowshares, I don't really think I care so much about the body here. I think I care more about the card advantage, so again, I'm going to let this go. Okay, so we've got a Reanimate, a Wasteland, a Brainstorm, since I already have two forces, I don't need another force. And then I can take a Grief or a Dothy Voidwalker, or a Troll. I think I want the Grief, because I can just like go land Grief next turn. Those 4 seems good. Actually, you can play Wasteland right now, and I'll Wasteland the red, because it's their only red source. And if I don't draw a 4th land, then I won't be doing this Grief play, but I'm okay with that. I'm going to Daze this Brainstorm because Daze is going to go bad pretty fast here. Lands are going higher and higher. And this was a clean way for me to be able to just snipe that Daze. Or to snipe a card with a Daze for effectively free. And Brainstorm's pretty good, you know. One thing I should be on the lookout for is Mystic Sanctuary, because now my opponent has 3 islands plus a Flooded Strand, so they could fetch and return a Swords to Plowshares or a Prismatic Ending. So I shouldn't put all my eggs in one basket. What are they doing? Are they fetching? Are they doing the Mystic Sanctuary play? You got a basic plains. Suspicious. Narset. Okay, well. I can't have that. So I'm going to do, I think, a Force Pitch Force. Because I don't have a second set of blue cards to pitch. Okay, well that worked. And now Wasteland is a solid draw, I think. I'm going to brainstorm first so I can figure out how I want to shape this whole thing up. I found another Animate Dead, that's nice. So I think what I will do here is I'm going to put away Underground Sea and Island. Yeah, and then I'm going to waste the Tundra. The untapped Tundra. And then I'm going to reanimate my Troll of Khazad-dûm and get these beats on. Next turn I'm going to redraw Island and probably do an Island Ponder. Teferi bounces the Troll, not unexpected. Yeah, so I can play Island and Ponder here, and I can still like animate Dead Dothy Voidwalker or whatever. Archon of Cruelty is interesting. Although I don't really have a good way to get into my graveyard right now. Do I want the reanimate and the land though? I think the answer to those is yes. So 1, 2, 3, no shuffle. And then I will animate Dead Dothy Voidwalker. Because this will also, in a way, demand an answer because it will attack my opponent's Teferi. And my opponent will want to keep their Teferi around. The next turn I could hardcast this Grief. Which is my plan. Opponent's thinking. I can't do anything because they have a Teferi in place. Even if I had counter magic, I couldn't use it. But they're passing the turn. Okay. So I'm going to attack. No, I'm going to Grief first because if they want to remove my Dothy Voidwalker, I'd like to be able to activate it, activate it instead. Which will mean that, okay, yeah, so it loses abilities. It's a shame. That's okay. But the idea was that I'd be able to sacrifice my Dothy Voidwalker instead of getting it exiled. I could sacrifice it. But I was at least able to get this Teferi off the board. So I have a land coming up as my next card. I do not really, or no, sorry, I have an Archon of Cruelty, which I extra don't want. So I am going to cycle this troll for a swamp, I think, in my upkeep. Maybe opponent's thinking about like a Supreme Verdict or something like that. The upkeep, cycle troll, get a swamp. Another troll, okay. Attack. Pitched one Supreme Verdict. I wonder if they play more than one. I think that I'm going to reanimate this troll and just put my opponent on a Do You Have It? Oh, it got forced negation. So I guess that's that. The thought was that I'd, be able to present lethal next turn with 11 damage. If I draw another land, I can just cast this guy. That's pretty cool. What's happening? Prismatic Ending is exiling the Voidwalker. Did draw that other land, so I'll attack with this Grief, and then I'll fetch and hardcast this Troll of Khazad-dûm. Six mana, 6/5. A classic legacy play. Okay, they must have drawn that land. I think they would have played it otherwise. Are they doing a Mystic Sanctuary play? You get a Source of Pleasures? That's my guess. No, they decided that they did not have a way out. Okay. So against Jeskai control, I don't really think I want Dathi Voidwalkers, or I might just as kind of as a threat. I'm gonna put them off to the side. Cards I want the most are Tamiyo and should I be playing around 4th or Lingus? Maybe. I definitely want Tamiyo. I could see wanting the Filigree Silex. And like force negations for their carry stuff. So those are the cards I'm most into. Now I don't really need all my wastelands. I can cut a couple of them, I think. I need some number of wastelands just so I have enough mana sources that I can troll cycle to get more lands. But I could see cutting a couple wastelands. Forces are good. Daisies are okay. We got the games go long. So these are kind of my like most suspect cards. And then is Brazen Borrower better or is Dathi Voidwalker better? Brazen Borrower has Flash, but Teferi doesn't really care about that. I think Dathi Voidwalker is probably more annoying. So if I cut these, I could bring this in. I could... Oh, Bowmaster. That's it. So 2 Voidwalker, 2 Bowmaster. Playing these 8, or these Voidwalkers are in staying in. These are 2 Voidwalkers are out staying out. So I'm cutting these 6 and bringing in these 6. Filigree Silex is probably the loosest of the cards I'm bringing in, but that's okay. I can like set it to 3 preemptively, but then and if it eats a like prismatic ending, that means one of my creatures is not eating a prismatic ending, so that's nice too. So this hand obviously is, not great with like 3 entombs and a troll as like a ton of ways to get things into the graveyard and not so many ways to get things out of it. But it does have a brainstorm and a fetch land. So brainstorm is really good at fixing the texture of your hand, and I'm hoping that I can use it for that. By the way, I really like my opponent's handle. My understanding is his name is Amir, and he's a Miracles player. So a miracle is just with the Monastery Mentor avatar is just so good, so clever. I'm just explaining to my opponent my situation right now. Top of the last showcase challenge. So I'm trying to see if I can feel good about playing Rescaminator appears in the qualifier thingy. Opponent pondered and kept. Ooh, another troll. Okay, so I think that my plan here is I'm going to end step. So I could do one of two things. I could end step brainstorm and then upkeep cycle troll, or I could surveil here and then use a brainstorm with a fetch land. I think I'm going to do that one. So I'll do a surveil land now. Preemptively answering removal or GY8. Okay, so Undercity Sewers. Yeah, opponent's really nice. I'm a big fan of my opponent. Okay, I like having a force here if I'm going to go for like some sort of combo play. So I draw. I play this. I'm going to brainstorm. Nice. So we found 2 reanimation spells to go with our 2 entombs. I only need 1 entomb. And I think that I only need 1 troll as maybe I want 2 entombs so that 1 can get countered. Yeah, and I have an extra land so I can keep the trolls, or I can kick the trolls to the curb, I mean. Yeah, I'll pass now. And then in my opponent's end step, I will entomb an Atraxa. And then if that, whether or not that resolves, I'm not going to fight over it because I have a backup entomb. So basically now I have 2 pieces of or 2 pieces of each type of spell. I am going to get basic swamp here. I'm just a little bit concerned about back to basics and blood moon type effects. Okay, so Atraxa is safe in the graveyard. And by safe in the graveyard, I might mean getting surgicaled. We shall see. Let's kick it off with a reanimate on Atraxa. This might be getting surgicaled. I saw my opponent do like a waiting thing. Okay, so I don't want this to happen. That would be rough. So I have to force this. This might get forced in return. It does not. Surgical? Surgical. Okay. So now what I can do is so Atraxa is gone. That's a little sad, but I'll deal. I can play a Psychic Frog now. My opponent essentially has to answer it. And then I still have an Entomb Animate Dead to go for next turn. So I'm really stretching my opponent's answers here. They're taking a good look at my deck. Surgical, of course, is great for revealing information. I could have played the frog first and then like been able to exile the Atraxa in response to my opponent's surgical, but I wanted to be able to back up Animate Dead, so that was the reason why I played the spells in the order I did. Wanted an upkeep fetch. 1, 2. Oh, I can't answer that. Now they're pondering. Looking for some sort of answer to the Entomb Animate Dead that I'm about to do. Archon is nowhere close to a lights out against a control deck with Swords to Plowshares. It's shuffled. That bodes well for me. But yeah, this is not anywhere close to lights out against or for them, but I think it's still worth doing since they shuffled with the Ponder. So even though I have a Frog as an option, I can still try to push this line first before they are adequately prepared to fight it. And the Archon is in. Might be eating a Source to Plowshares, but it gets a lot of value before that happens. They're going to go down to 0 cards, and I'm going to gain a card too. So yeah. Archon's gone. They have to discard their last card, and I get to draw a card. Well, I drew Troll, which is really not my favorite card to draw at this point. But it's a land. It's a Surveil land. Entomb is pretty bad. I don't have any more Entomb targets. But I do have a Frog that loves to pitch to things. So I'm going to Swamp Cycle this Troll to get an Undercity Sewers, so that I can look at the top of my library and make determinations. Animate Dead. Yes, I want that. Now I can play Frog. Animate Dead, of course, would put this Troll of Khazad-dûm back in play. I'm very likely to just discard this Entomb to the Frog in order to get it to be a little bit larger in stature. 4. 4th Erlingus, okay. We're playing this game. So yeah, I discard Entomb to block a knight. Block and survive, I mean, yeah. Discard Entomb. Block. So I'm going to be drawing a bunch of cards now. Opponent also draws cards, but hopefully I'm able to take the Monarchy. So yeah, I attack with Frog. No reason to do the Animate Dead before I have the information of the next card I draw. The Monarchy has been stolen. Animate Dead, I will take this Troll. And I don't think I'm going to use this one yet. I just don't quite know what it is I'm going to want to do here. And these might be better as pitch spells. Upkeep. Oh, GG's. GG's. Oh. Opponent's really nice, so I just kind of wish them the best. And sorry about the welcome back to Legacy. Here's the best deck. Enjoy. Anyway, we got round 1, and I'll see you all for round 2. Hello, we're back for round 2. I'm against Jose, and this hand only has a tapped land, but it also has a Troll, which I can use to get a second land. It's got Grief Reanimate, it's got Entomb Reanimate, it's got Animate Dead, it's got Jothy Voidwalker. I think there's a good chance my opponent's also playing this same deck, and so I'm going to keep it, even though the tapped land is a little bit, little sketch. But we'll see what opponent ends up doing here. Blood Strand into Underground Sea. Island. Ponder. Okay, so I have no idea what they're playing right now. Could be anything. So if I think there's a good chance that they're playing Rescaminator, I should not grief right now. Because they could just reanimate my grief. Perfect. So, especially because of the second land on top, I'm just happy to pass the turn here. And then next turn I can do all sorts of things where I can like start off with like grief pitching troll and determine my course of action there, whether I do an entomb reanimate, reanimate grief, animate dead, what have you. Okay, so opponent is going for the wasteland play. I'm going to, before I play this, I kind of want them to daze this grief au naturel. Or I guess I don't pitch troll just yet. I pitch animate dead now, I think. Because I might want my second land. I think I might want to cycle for a second land here. We'll do grief, pitching, animate dead. Okay, so we are playing the same deck. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take Ponder and Psychic Frog. Or I guess Psychic Frog, and regardless of how I spin this, they can get their frog into play unless I reanimate their frog. Do I want to reanimate their frog? Maybe. Just take frog here, reanimate their frog. And they animate dead my grief. But I think or they could reanimate my grief or whatever. I think. I think I do want to take their frog here. Because I can't, like, if I hit both their reanimation spells, they just play the frog and I'm in a bit of trouble. But if I just take their frog and then put it into play under my control, then I get to have frogs. Now they're pondering. Yeah, they could potentially, you know, they can't reanimate my grief because I have a frog. So what happens is if they try to target my grief to reanimate it, I can just exile my graveyard. That's what I will do. So exile 3 cards from my graveyard and give frog flying, which obviously doesn't matter, but it counters their reanimation. No grief for you. Drew Archon of Cruelty, which I can actually discard naturally to the frog. And I may as well, since as we already established, I can reanimate. So I'll attack. Draw a card. Drew reanimate, even better. So what I can do now is I can cycle Troll to get another Underground Sea. This is essentially free. Same thing as using my 1 Underground Sea. Now I can reanimate my Archon of Cruelty. If they answer it, so be it. Doesn't matter. Yep, dazed. I do not care. And again, if they can't... Well, they could waste their Animate Dead on trying to reanimate my Archon, but again, I'll just exile my graveyard. So, that's a trade I will happily make. The returned island to hand. You're surveilling, okay. Makes sense. Grief to yard, okay. And opponent just conceded. So yeah, being able to control my own graveyard with their frog was really messed up and insanely powerful. So there's a couple ways that people talk about sideboarding this matchup in the mirror, and I will talk about all of them right now. So one way is that you cut the entombs, you cut the big creatures and you cut like some number of forces, we'll get to that in a minute. You bring in all the removal for like frogs and voidwalkers and stuff, so like this whole pile of cards comes in, as well as like Tameo, essentially Brazen Borrower, so like 11 cards. And then you can cut like griefs and forces, or like cut some number of these things, some number of these 12, or I guess some number of these 15 to make it all fit. Now, I have seen now people do something. This is what I've been typically doing is I've been cutting like, you know, these 6 and then some number of these depending upon player draw. Generally Animate Dead's pretty good, so some number of these 11 to make it match up to 5, where like say I'm on the draw, I want to cut like 2 griefs and the dazes, like I would do something like that. But instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep the Archon of Cruelty and keep 3 Entombs and cut all of the griefs. So the idea here is that I'm not putting grief in the graveyard for my opponent to mess with, but I'm keeping this Archon of Cruelty so that if I'm like a bit behind or facing down a troll or whatever, I have this like trump card that I can try to find. And then in addition to that, I can cut a couple Force of Wills, just a couple. Because as your opponent's like picking apart your stuff, like griefing you and shredding your hand or whatever, having Force is not necessarily what you want because they can rip your other blue card and you're left with like a stranded Force of Will and stuff like that. And so I'm going to try this strategy where I'm keeping 3 Entombs in the Archon, bringing in this pile of stuff. And I kind of feel like Daze plays better with this than Force, even on the draw. So I'm going to do that. No forces. All bravery. Well, this one has no lands. So, I side out all my lands. Nope, I kept my lands. Good. Mulligan. It's a lot better. So it's got Entomb, it's got Animate Dead, it's got Dothy Voidwalker. Keep, I think I'm going to put the Undercity Sewers away and try to rely on like Troll for my second black source. I wanted to keep the Wasteland because if my opponent goes like fetch Underground Sea into Ponder or something, I wanted to be able to punish that play by wastelanding them. Now, it doesn't necessarily look like that's what's happening. They forced pitching, or sorry, they grief pitching Dismember. You see, they're not on the sideboard out grief plan. There's a lot of ways to approach this strategy. They're hitting my reanimation spell, and it looks like they might be on just the one land. Pair of Entombs is cool. So now my question becomes, so I could play this Wasteland and prevent them from using this polluted delta to surveil on end step because I would just waste it. Or I could play out this Flooded Strand and cycle Troll to then get Grief into play, but I think the likelihood of them get Voidwalker into play, but I think the likelihood of them reanimating the Grief in this turn cycle is really high if I don't fight some amount of mana denial here. So I will play the Wasteland Impasse and not allow my opponent to fetch a Surveil land on the end step, the Undercity Sewers. Second Entomb isn't really what I want, but it's not the worst either. Moving right along. Does the opponent act in the end step? They do. And see, they don't get the Surveil land, they get the basic swamp. For a Troll Cycle. Troll Cycle for Underground Sea, Undercity Sewers, Underground Sea. Okay. Now reanimate. Control. Yes. To be expected. I'm okay with this ponder. I mean, there's nothing I could do about it. I could waste the underground sea, but there's no point wasting now. They've already used this mana, and so I may as well see what my main phase looks like before I decide whether or not to fire off this wasteland. They chose not to shuffle with ponder. So I will get an underground sea of my own. Brazen Borrower was a really nice pickup here. So the question is, do I want to play around days? I think the answer is yes. So how I'm going to do that is I will wasteland the underground sea. So the question becomes, if I wasteland the underground sea and they reanimate Grief, they play land reanimate Grief, I'm in big trouble because they take the Brazen Borrower. If I just jam the Brazen Borrower and bounce this, and attempt to bounce this, they will daze it, and I could still be in big trouble. So do I play around daze off this ponder no shuffle, or do I play around a reanimation spell? Now, off of raw probability, they have 7 more reanimation spells in their deck. They've used 1 reanimate, they have 4 animate deads, 4 reanimates, 3 more reanimates. Now, that said, if they had another reanimate last turn, they might have just reanimated Grief. So they don't have another reanimate. They probably don't have animate dead in their hand either. So given that they didn't have either of those cards, I feel like it's far more likely that they pondered into a daze and kept, and I'm going to try to screw them off of mana. And if they don't have a backup land, then wasting that underground sea is the way to win. Okay, so they did have a backup land, but it's a tapped land. Put that on top. I'm going to surveil now. Undersea sewers. Ponder's good. This doesn't work out, I'll need to scramble. Yeah, I think I just my life title's going fast. I think I just in the upkeep I'm gonna Brazen Borrower bounce because I don't want them to just like freely troll cycle in the end step here. Petty theft that back to hand. Okay, so they had a force and a daze. Unfortunate. Voidwalker into play. I definitely don't want to entomb. Can play my own Voidwalker and survive at 1 life. Which I think is what I have to do here, so I have to Voidwalker now. Our Voidwalkers will bounce off of each other. And then I need to brainstorm into like land and go for the throat, or land in another Brazen Borrower to get this troll off the field. So they didn't offer the trade of Voidwalkers. That makes sense to me. And Bowmaster's lethal. Okay. So they did have the days. I played around that correctly, but just didn't work out for me. Okay, so going into game 3, I think I want this 3rd days. And I think I can probably cut one entomb for that. Yeah, I'll try that. They're down to 2 Entombs, 1 Archon now. But it might just be a little bit reactionary, but I didn't love having the 2 Entombs kind of dead in my hand last game. This hand is very good at dealing with the fair plan. It's got to go for the throat for like a troll, fatal push or whatever. I'll keep it. Generally speaking, it's tough to mulligan aggressively against a grief deck because you're mulliganing into cards in hand, which they'll just discard away. I like my cards, my good cards, safely packed into my library, where no one can discard them because they're safe. Okay, so opponent is going for a grief play here. They pitched Dothy Voidwalker, which makes me think they probably have a Reanimate, so they're taking 2 cards. I'm guessing it's either Brainstorm and Fatal Push, or Brainstorm and Go for the Throat. Or both removal spells. Yeah, if they Reanimate Grief here, they take the Go for the Throat, and they force me to try to find more removal. Or do they go for the Brainstorm now? Yeah, okay, they went for the Brainstorm. Since I didn't draw a spell, I'm going to go for the Throat this Grief now, which means that if they reanimate it again, they're not going to be able to take anything. Obviously, this is not ideal for me. I would like to, not have all lands, but like I was talking about, my hand got ripped apart, and so if I had mulliganed, it would have been even worse. The troll is pretty solid. I'm going to wait on that, though. I want to use the Surveil. Fatal Push is a good card to have on top. And if there comes a reason why I don't want it on top, I can always cycle the troll to clear the top of my deck. But I think I want Fatal Push. The way that this land count is looking, oh yeah, I definitely want Fatal Push. The way that this land count is looking, I am anticipating that this troll might get hardcast. So I'm doing this right now. No reason to mess around with it. They might force me. Yeah, gross. Okay. There's nothing I can do about that. They've ripped my removal spells apart. They took my Brainstorm. Now they're drawing cards. I have 4 lands in play and a 5th one in hand. This troll might come down. Second frog. Disgusting. Okay. Well, I mean, I will have 6 mana next turn, unfortunately. Yeah, this is a case of just getting my hand shredded and getting frogged, which is really why this deck is so good. We're facing it down first hand. I will fetch, just to remove a couple lands from my deck. Reanimate, huh? So I can't go and reanimate my opponent's grief because they can use the frog trick that I did. And so my options are pretty limited here to just casting troll. 6 mana troll, yeah. Days. Brainstorm, okay. They've pitched a Dothy Voidwalker and a Brazen Barber so far. I'm really far behind. Yeah. So I'm almost certain to lose this game. But like imagine for some reason they're completely out of like counter magic, counterplay, and top deck an Entomb right now. Then oof. Okay. well, prior to that, like say I top deck an Entomb, I can go Entomb Archon, then Reanimate Archon, and I would be in really good shape. Now I'd go to 5 up to 8 and would actually not be in that great of shape. But yeah, I could potentially draw an Entomb right now. My opponent has 7 cards in hand, or will after they finish resolving this ponder, so there's like 0% chance, not 0, but like 5% chance this will work, especially since they chose to not shuffle. It means that they're full up on protection. Or we could draw, you know, yet another land. Again, there's not too much I could have done about this. I got griefed. Now opponent's pumping because they see lethal. So discarding all these cards. And if you look right now, so they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11. So this is a lethal attack. 6 plus 5 is 11. I'm at 13. So really they should pump one more per card, but they're probably just kind of keeping safe things in hand. No, okay, they're discarding. Oh yeah, I was so dead. Look at this. Boom. Okay. So we lost the mirror now once, but I'm sure we've got a lot more mirrors ahead of us, and I will see you all for round 3. Hello, we are back for round 3. Opponent revealed a Yorion, but other than that, they don't have any legacy deck history. I'll keep it. We'll find out quickly if they're on the, Beanstalk control deck or Death and Taxes. It looks like Beanstalk control. Nope, Death and Taxes. I was as wrong as you could be. So I think, funnily enough, what I want to do here is I'm going to force pitch Brainstorm. I'm going to reanimate this Mother of Runes and then use it to protect my frog. And then I can, now that I've drawn this Atraxa, my next plan, I fetched the wrong land. I'll get to that in a second. My plan was to put frog into play, discard Atraxa, and then reanimate Atraxa with my second reanimate, using Mother of Runes to protect all of this. So that is still my plan. Unfortunately, I should have fetched basic Swamp with Polluted Delta, and then I could fetch basic Island with Misty Rainforest. I clicked the wrong land. So I am now vulnerable to Wasteland when I otherwise wouldn't be. So that was a mistake. Opponent has plowed their own mom, which is okay by me. So now I'm going to play this frog. And regardless of what happens to it, I can discard this Atraxa. That's good. Frog in play and down. Will it get plowed again? Remains to be seen. Third land. Again, this Atraxa is hitting the graveyard one way or another. But I just don't want my opponent to know that that's imminent. Got 3 lands, untapped aforementioned lands. What you doing, opponent? I'm going to pause while they think. Opponent has concluded thinking and is going to Solitude my frog, at which point I will discard Atraxa, like I just talked about. And this also means that later on, I have their Solitude as another card that I'll be able to reanimate to remove a creature of theirs. So that's pretty convenient. They put Yorion in their hand. They pitched a Solitude. They pitched a Flicker Wisp. Okay. Let's reanimate Atraxa. Another Solitude. Okay, well, I can't answer that. Yorion got pitched, so they're down to 1 card in hand. I will have whatever the Atraxa gives me. So let's say it's Entomb. Unfortunately, there's 2 tapped lands. Otherwise, I would be able to just Entomb Reanimate right now. Entomb, Frog, Ponder, Undercity Sewers. Done. I will play this Sewer. I'll put Force on top, and I'm going to Ponder into it. Brazen Bar was also a nice pickup. Means that I'm like way less concerned about a Stoneforge or something because they're not going to be able to stick an answer. At this point, my plan is to draw the Brazen Barber off the top of my library, and then Entomb Reanimate on Archon of Cruelty. Entomb Archon. Where are you? There you are. Reanimate Archon. They lose their card in hand. It was a Ghost Quarter. I drew a blue and or black source, which means that I can now play this frog, and I still have like Force Pitch Brazen Borrower if things go south. So I'm in a really commanding position this game. And obviously I still have their 2 Solitudes in the graveyard to reanimate. My opponent agrees that I'm in a really solid position and scooped him up. So sideboarding against Death and Taxes. Definitely want the removal spells. Bowmasters are good. Like this stuff is... Tamiyo's like... okay. Like Legendary is a problem, but outside of that is like fine. And I have Wastelands for the Caracas. These are the cards I'm kind of looking at for like wanting. I anticipate a ton of graveyard hate coming in. So I think I'm going to keep the Archon and 2 Entombs. And I can cut like 2 Entombs, Animate Dead, Atraxa. I think I can definitely cut the Dothy Voidwalkers. I can cut a couple Dazes, perhaps. And this is 9 cards, and this is 11 cards I'm looking at bringing in. Maybe I don't need the EE. And the Tamiyo, let's check value over replacement on anything else. Maybe the 3rd Daze. I'm cutting these 10 and bringing in these 10. That seems fine. Submit. The Tamiyo, I'm just kind of hoping that if I can get it to a point where they're overly concerned about my graveyard, then I'll be able to leverage the Tamiyo and like put pressure on them that way. Okay, so they're low on lands if they're using the Witch Meadow as their first land. And I'm going to see if that is, put that to the test. I can also, that's really funny. So say they play an Aether Vial or something now, I can just reanimate their Witch Enchanter because they played it as a land. Vexing Bauble, same deal. That's what I'll do this coming turn, is I'm going to put their Witch Enchanter into play and destroy the Vexing Bauble. Goodbye, Vexing Bauble. Witch Enchanter? This Enchanter. I like this card. Another one. Okay. 2. Protection from black and red. Ooh, I don't like that. Let's I'm going to pitch Ponder on it. I think that there's more things I'm going to need to force down the road. And I'm hoping that this frog / blue card gets me there. So now, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cycle this troll for a... I'm going to hold on to the frog for a turn. I'm going to cycle the as like a force pitch if like things go south. Cycle the troll for a basic swamp because I can use this flooded strand for basic island. And then I reanimate the troll. And I am only at 9 life, but I have a lot of power in play, and I hope that I will be able to knock out my opponent pretty quickly here. Especially if I like force a removal spell, which I might not do. Yeah, I decided I'm not forcing the removal spell. I think the frog is actually better. Grief is solid. So I'll play frog. I'll attack. And then end step, I will probably practice for a surveil to try to find a 4th land to play grief. 3. Skyclave, yeah. So this gets rid of the frog. And then I look for a 4th land. Go for the Throat is probably better than a 4th land right now because I can get the token too. Yeah, I'm gonna attack first just to see if they like, block for some reason. I don't think they will. I'm also gonna hold on to this Go for the Throat for just a little bit because I want to see if a better target shows up, like a more urgent target. But on the opponent's end step, I could just pop the Skyclave and get my creature. They obviously don't want to draw turn 6 Ether Vial, so they put it in the graveyard. I'll take the 2 damage here just as a way to see if they have a better creature coming. Recruiter of the Guard is a way to get a better creature to come. Let's see what else they recruit. Maybe a Stoneforge? Thalia, Exuberant Shepherd. That card is good. It has flash though. So I should be aware of it. Whenever it attacks, exile up to 1 other target non-land permanent, so it flickers things, yeah. Bowmaster is nice. I'm gonna hold back now. My opponent plays Thalia in their end step. I'm just gonna kill it. Yeah. Go for its throat. While they're tapped out of Caracas, can't put it back in hand. And now I can use this Witch Enchanter to play defense. They might put Yorion in hand, they chose not to. Maybe that speaks to Solitude. Okay, so now I have a Force Pitch, like Force Pitch Frog. And so I'm going to attack with Witch Enchanter. Because I think with this Bowmaster, I win the race. Five mana Solitude. I will force that. Yeah, get out of here. No Solitudes for you. One, two, three. Yorion to hand. Yep, kind of what I expected. So now what I get to do is I get to go Bowmaster. I get to shoot down the Recruiter of the Guard, and then I get to double block the Skyclave, which gives me my 2/2 token. And also means that my opponent has nothing to flicker now. Or they blow a removal spell on the Orc, which is fine. Like, they used the Swords to Plowshares on something that didn't end up, or wasn't going to have much value. I'm pretty happy with the way that this all transpired. Now the question becomes, how do I point this borrower? Okay, they didn't use it. Or they didn't use the Skyclave. So I could send it back to hand and attack them for 4. Kind of like that. Because then also if I draw a land, I can grief. Now Solitude comes down. Hits my opponent's Witch Enchanter, I should say. Okay, I will ponder first to see what I can find. All lands. I kind of want a land. So I won't shuffle so I can keep the land. I'm going to attack with the Illusion. So I attack with the Illusion. There's no way they're going to block. I'm going to play this land. And then I can end step the Brazen Borrower and main phase the Grief. Yeah, I can't block this. But if I draw a reanimation spell, I can reanimate the Solitude in their graveyard. So I will force them to take the Illusion here by not flashing in the Brazen Borrower until the Yorion retrigger resolves. It might be the case that the Illusion is the better card of the two, or the better, target, but I don't want to give my opponent that choice. I'm going to force their hand on which card they're taking. Even though it's probably the harder option for me to deal with. Ponder, now I'm looking for like a Reanimate. That's 3 more lands. Roll is a land of sorts. Undercity Sewers, let's get some Surveilling. Brainstorm, nice. Okay. Obviously I'm not attacking a 3/1 into a 4/5. I'm brave, I'm not that brave. Yeah, I'm taking a lot of damage here, but I'm hoping that I can draw into something that gets me out of it. Skyclave hits the borrower. And we brainstorm. Brainstorm. Frog and push. Or grief and push. No, I can't cast both. It would be like frog and push, but it doesn't quite, I don't quite survive that. This is hard. Because this puts me to 1. I'd have to block both of these, which obviously like block and push. But these both have like big toughnesses. That's not going to work. I am going to try, I guess. I don't know what outcome here gets me out of this, but because fetch land to pop the Skyclave and to block Solitude puts me to 4, and then the Yorion kills me, so that's why I didn't choose that line. Well, Flicker Wisp clearing the way also gets them the game, so they've tied it up. I don't really know if I want this Filigree Silex at this point. I do want my Dazes. I can cut a couple forces. Maybe one Animate Dead over a Force of Will, because I can always Animate Dead their creatures. Which is risky if it gets flickered, but it's good against Solitude and stuff, so I'll try that. So on the play for game 3. I really felt like we had that game 2 and it just kind of slipped away. So that's a little annoying, but not the worst. Not the biggest deal. Okay, so I'll keep this. I am going to turn one to Tamiyo. It's kind of what I was hoping. So even if they lead on Caracas Bounce, I just replay and then cast Brainstorm and flip it. So that's good for me. They might, plow it or something, but they might not. I will attack with Tamiyo. So now I don't want to really try to flip this Tamiyo directly into a removal spell. So I think that what I'm going to do instead is play a frog and kind of bait some removal this way. Okay, they have surveilled. I feel like they're going to focus the removal on the frog because that's the more pressing threat, which should let me flip the Tamiyo with relative impunity. At least that is the hope. Okay, let's attack with the team. The frog connects, and I ponder that's also a third card draw. So Tamiyo could flip one of 2 ways, which is how I'm going to try to play this. I'm going to ponder first. This would flip Tamiyo. It does flip Tamiyo. Okay, really cool. Okay, so I want to draw the Wasteland, I think. And then Frog the turn after. Now Tamiyo triggers to flip. And she does. Plus her. I play this and I hit the back street. The doggy is in. I will fatal push the doggy now because I don't want Caracas to enter play. So Tamiyo can also rebuy this fatal push as another value play. Red Orchid Phantom destroys up to 1 non-basic land. So it destroys my Underground Sea and I get a swamp for my trouble. Which then, oh, it enters tapped, okay. So I will -3 to return Fatal Push. I will Fatal Push the Phantom. I'll attack. See what I draw. Also got these 2 Kluk tokens chilling here, so as the game goes long, I have extra card draw. And another land is really nice, so I'm just going to hold that up because that means I have Brainstorm into a thing available, I have Crack a Clue available, and I have Bowmaster available. Recruiter is probably going to get a Solitude. If I were recruiting, that's what I would get. Out of fear of my frog. Skyclave. Okay, well that's not going to work for them. So now I'm going to play this Bowmaster just to knock the recruiter off the field so that it can't get like flickered or whatever. Then if I draw an untapped land, I'll hardcast Grief. And if I only find tapped lands, I will do a Troll Pitch. Or I'll probably Brainstorm first. Found another frog, that's nice. So let's Brainstorm first. We can put away these two Undercity Sewers. I can do Grief, Pitch, Troll. I need to plus my Tamiyo. I don't want to forget to do that. Okay, so Canoptech's Scarab Swarm is actually the most annoying thing they could present right now, because it just creates a ton of 1/1 blockers against my board. And I can neutralize the Skyclave pretty well, so I'm gonna take the Scarab Swarm. I'm gonna plus Tamiyo so I don't forget. And then I will play the second frog. And I'm leaving this fetch land because when they play Skyclave, I can crack the fetch and push it, which will let me kill the 3 CMC creature. So goodbye, frog. I hardly knew ye. File was the draw for turn. Now I have full information. It's just a Macabre and a Cauldron complete. So I will fetch up an Underground Sea and Fatal Push the Skyclave. I'm feeling like I'm in a really commanding position. My opponent is unhappy. Opponent says deck is stupid, can't wait for Grief Ban. I said same. But, I mean, we're playing a competitive event and I'm playing the best deck, so yeah. Cool. Opponent conceded. They had enough. Also, I had the game completely locked up. Look at this. Cool. Tamiyo was solid too, so that was nice. I am 2-1 now, and I will see you all for round 4. Hello, we are back for round 4. We're against the one and only Kanister of Mythic Championship fame. Great player, probably on Reanimator. We have no lands, so I'm only getting this. I am going to keep this hand. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a pitch card to go with the force, but I think that's okay. I'm going to keep. I'll put a wasteland on the bottom. My plan is to entomb turn 1 and reanimate turn 2. Hopefully I draw a blue card for the force also. So he put a card on top. I think it's still worth going for this. The odds that I draw a blue card are pretty high. Here we go. So he forces, I force back. Atraxa enters. Okay, so now I can do animate dead, force, psychic frog, misty rainforest, ponder. That seems good to me. Then I'll play this sewer. And at this point I do actually want a wasteland, so I'll keep it. Kanister can outsmart me, but can he outsmart Atraxa? No, he cannot. So we get another shot at the mirror. I think that on the draw, I definitely want to use this cut grief plan. I think I need some forces though, and some dazes. I'll cut 1 Entomb, maybe 2. So let's say that we're keeping these. I want pushes, I want go for the throw, I want these for sure. And then I also want these, but what am I cutting for them? I guess dazes. And I can cut 1 more card. Maybe it's a wasteland. I'm just thinking on this. Got a lot of 2s. Got a couple fatal push, reanimate. Yeah, this all seems fine. I could cut 1 troll over like a wasteland. I think with 3 Brazen Barber, I'm okay with like, if my troll gets reanimated, I have ways to answer that. Yeah, I'll try this. And by if my troll gets reanimated, I mean if Kanister reanimates my troll. I think that if we get to a game 3, I'm going to try bringing in the Griefs again. The Griefs and Dazes in, and I'll cut the Entombs and Archon of Cruelty. Like, it might be like a play draw thing where on the play, having like a proactive grief plan to mess up my opponent before they take their first turn is worth it. But on the draw, having this Entomb catch-up mechanism becomes more worth it. That's why I'm playing the Showcase Challenge, just to figure these kinds of things out. So this 7 is not great, but it's got a lot of lands, and it's got like Surveil action, and it's got an Entomb, and it's got a Force. I'm going to keep it. I'm not like super high on it or anything, but I don't really want to mulligan to getting griefed on less. I'm going to lead on a fetch land here, and the reason I will do that is so that I can... Oh, that's a bummer. So I can force through a daze, like not get dazed, and then end step I can fetch for an Undercity Sewers to do some surveilling. So yeah, I think I need to force the frog. Frog too good. And then I will surveil, get rid of a land. Drew a ponder, that's nice. Let's ponder now. Fatal Push, Force, and Frog are all cards I want. Or I guess I don't want Force, so I want Fatal Push and Frog. I'm going to do... One, two, three, no shuffle, and then I'm going to play the Surveil land to bin the Force of Will. Then I'll draw Frog next turn. A fetch land immediately from Kanister. Palantir of Orthanc. So for the first little bit, I'll just take the damage. No need to give Kanister extra cards. He does enough with what he's got. I'm at 18. Scry 2 top. I will not let him draw a card. So I take 3 off that borrower. I will play the Frog. Now hopefully this Frog lives to connect. There will come a time relatively soon that I'm not able to let the Palantir go indefinitely, but hopefully also I'm able to find a Brazen Borrower of my own. That would be nice. Kanister brainstorming. I wonder what he's looking for. If I draw one of my 8 reanimation spells, I might also try and Entomb Reanimate. Until the point that I have a reanimation spell, I'm not itching to use the Entomb because I don't want Kanister to be able to reanimate my stuff. It's my stuff, not his. One mana. 100. MTGO. Okay, well, I have a Fatal Push for that. So he gets to scry 2. Oof, I'm at 3. Painful. I think I'm going to kick it off with a Brainstorm. Bowmaster is pretty nice. Put away Troll and a fetch land. I'll Fatal Push the Tamiya, which might prompt a Brainstorm, in which case I get to Bowmaster. No, okay, so now I'm going to fetch. Drew a Wasteland. Now I'm just going to kind of hold back. I'm going to play a Bowmaster in response to this Cling to Dust. And then I'm also going to use my Frog to exile this. I don't want him to be able to get stuff. So that ate it to the days. Exile, Force of Will. Brainstorm, yeah, it doesn't matter. No card for Kanister. And obviously I have to let Kanister draw cards forever now with this Palantir. frog of his own. So he gets to scry 2. And I have to let him draw because I'm at 2 life. You gotta hit something good off this, your Farago. He can't block because I will win in the discard war. So in response to this, I think I'm going to entomb the Archon just to reduce the odds that I draw something I can't use. Hey, that worked out really well. So now, play around days. I go Animate Dead first. Animate Dead the Archon. Appears to work. I go up to a comfortable 5 life. By comfortable, I mean better than 2. And I will play out a Dothy Voidwalker. Which gets dazed, that's okay. Whew. Okay. Got the frog, got the Archon, feeling pretty good about that stuff. Obviously, I will let Kanister draw forever with this Palantir. Double trolling me is more than enough. One thing I'm doing here is I'm setting a stop in my own draw step because I might want to wasteland Kanister in main phase 1 for some reason or another. Or sorry, might want to make plays in my main phase 1 and might want to remove a land of his before we get there. After I draw and I know exactly what I'm going to have to start my turn with. Scrying 2 top, yeah, you draw a card. So he gets the card. Now he's deciding what to do with it. I assume it's a removal spell or like a Brazen Barber or something for my Archon. It's the only thing that makes sense. Fatal Push for Frog. Okay, goodbye Frog. Brazen Barber, a Bowmaster, okay. Yeah, so he gets like infinite sacrifices with this Orc army. Ooh, or not. Okay, so I can go for the throat, the Bowmaster. Then I can ponder. Wait, no, that's still my draw step. I set a draw. In phase, ponder. Fatal Push is fine. I think I'd rather have the Brainstorm in hand and the Fatal Push on top because I'm going to play this island. I'll go Fatal Push, Brainstorm, Frog, no shuffle, and then I will attack, which will remove the army and force Kanister to discard. Discard Voidwalker. Now I play a Frog and Wasteland and Underground Sea. And I have a Fatal Push on top of my library, which is also nice. Okay, Kanister, what you got? Draw that card, buddy. Bottom both, and I won. Defeated MPL champion something or other, Piotr Goglovsky, kanister. Cool. I am now, what, 3-1 in this event? Yeah. And 1-1 in the mirror. So I will see you all for round 5. Hello, we're here for round 5. We're against Lucas with a bunch of numbers. A quick Google of Lucas shows me that they got 11th at Worlds in 2022. I guess I should say he got 11th at Worlds, since his pronouns are known to me now. However, I will do my best to defeat him. He's playing lands, okay. So these wastelands are probably going to be good, but we'll see. Thespian stage, okay, so I think the first thing I want to do is hit the green. I'm going to wasteland this, I have a stop in my draw step still from last game. I'm going to wasteland the green source because I'm afraid of crop rotation and things like that. And lands is actually a surprisingly green light deck. And so I might be able to stop the recursion. I could not stop the recursion. Yavimaya is in play and Loam is now going, but I tried. I thought it was going to work. It didn't. Stage you back in play. Force of Will's a good one, possibly. They'll let me force a crop rotation so that I can prevent Merit Lage from coming in. But Forest Sajiri Step does not really concern me. I'm just going to make a notepad of the cards I know. Oh, Dark Depths is in play, so I can never tap this Wasteland or my opponent makes a Merit Lage in response. So cannot cycle Troll here. I'm going to make a notepad of the cards I know. Oops, that's not it. Forest is in place of Sajiri Step. I'm going to put that off to the side so you don't have to worry about it, but I can see it. Okay, so now I play... Ooh, Brazen Bar was really good. Because I can Troll Cycle and my opponent might, you know, make the Merit Lage in response, and then I can bounce. Anyway, these are the things I'm hoping for. I basically, at this point, want to bait my opponent. Don't need a ponder. Light on lands. Got cantrips at the wazoo already. So yeah, on the end step, I'm very likely... Oh no, Wasteland. Wasteland already here. Okay. That's rough for me. So I'm going to Swamp Cycle for an Underground Sea. This does not bode well for me. Because Life from the Loam can return both these Wastelands, and he gets another activation. So I have to force this. Probably pitching Ponder. Okay, he makes the Merit Lage. That's good for me. And then I have to force this Life from the Loam, unfortunately. Another stage. So I know about the Sagiri step in hand. Entomb Reanimate is actually better because that puts me with an Archon in play. Yeah, I'm going to do that. So Entomb Archon, and I'll Reanimate Archon. Then my opponent loses their Marilage. My opponent, named Known Lucas, loses his Marilage. And then I can try to Brazen Barber the next one. So Archon of Cruelty. Now we will be cruel and put it in play. Opponent gets to sacrifice a creature. And again, yeah, my opponent's hand is completely known to me. And the Sagiri step is discarded. Life from the Loam is coming in. Probably getting Thespian or Dark Depths and Wasteland as the two cards. Yeah, 2 Wastelands, some Dark Depths. Now this is actually a little awkward for me too. I have to draw a land on my next draw step. Which I did. God mode over here. Attack. And I drew another land. That's great. So now they loam again. They milled Lava Spur Boots, which is a thing that I should be aware of. They could get double Wasteland here. Double Wasteland, Thespian Sage, yep. I will float blue. I actually think I just brainstorm straight up. Ah, I could have drawn the force. Okay, that's okay. Grief is the least useful card, so I'll put that away. And I could potentially reanimate my Archon in a world where it's blocked and killed. So the Reanimate on top of my deck is really good. I think I have a way through this game. I don't think I played that correctly. I think I should have brainstormed in response to the Life from the Loam, so I could force it. Like that was a punt. But I was in fact rewarded because of the Reanimate that I have on top of my library. So I play the land. And we'll see if we get to attackers. In the attacker step, my opponent has to act. Which means I can float mana with this Wasteland. So otherwise they just lose to damage. So they have to make the bounce. They have to play into the borrower here. Obviously I don't really want to draw the grief, but it's like better that I do that than the alternative. because I don't want to like preemptively fetch. So I'm going to do a weird thing here, which is just to float mana. But they have to make the Merit Lage on the attacker's step. And so I'm still safe. As soon as they make the Merit Lage, I bounce it. And then I win. Yeah. What you gonna do, opponent? They make their blocker. Their big 20/20 blocker. And then I fetch an Underground Sea and send that back where it came from and come across the finish line for lethal. Nice. So I definitely didn't play it that great, but I did get rewarded by Archon of Cruelty being insanely powerful. Cards I want. These. How many is this? 9 cards that I think I want quite a bit. Griefs are really bad in this matchup because you can see that they have a lot of lands and they play mostly out of the graveyard. Like, what am I going to do? Discard Life from the Limb? Atraxa gets, like, bounced by Karakas quite a bit. I'm anticipating a lot of graveyard hate as well, so I'll cut 1 Entomb. Might cut a couple Animate Deads as well because they don't have creatures of their own. And I could cut 1 Daze because especially on the draw, like, Daze is going dead real fast. I think I like that plan. Gonna make a note of it just so I can keep track of how I'm sideboarding. Okay, so everything here looks good to me. Just kind of thinking it over for a sec. Yeah, I have thought it over and I like it. Fatal Pushes could have some hits, like for construct tokens, but hopefully these board wipes work for that. Submit deck. Okay, so on the draw for game 2, Entomb Reanimate, the Brazen Borrower. Keep. It's not to love. I think I will play Underground Sea Tameo this turn because it leaves up Entomb Reanimate with like 2 black spells. Obviously I could fetch all basics, but then next turn I wouldn't be able to, if my opponent's tapped out, just go Entomb Reanimate. So Tameo off of Underground Sea it is. My next 2 lands are likely going to be the ones getting basics. Also nice is I have the Brainstorm to flip Tameo. Also, maybe this will motivate my opponent to crop rotate for a Karakas to bounce Tameo. At which point I would recast and then instantly Brainstorm her to flip her, so that's not even that good. Opponent's doing a Surveil land. It is nice to just like be sitting on Entomb Reanimate, because it means that I have an Archon out of nowhere. So Tameo is plowed. Very sad. think now I just hold up this 2 mana and potentially brainstorm. That forest looked like a very deliberate crop rotation. Yeah, but I'm gonna brainstorm here on end step and then surveil. Life from the Loam, getting back Verdant Catacombs. Let's see if I brainstorm into Force of Negation, because if I do, I want to use it now. I don't, but that's okay. Get rid of land and animate dead, I think. Because I'm only going to have one target here. I'll get rid of those two. Okay, then we surveil end step. Put Troll into the bin. What I'm going to do is I'll first main phase Wasteland the Lush Portico. Gets crop rotationed. See if he gets another untapped green source. Thespian stage, okay. Now we entomb Reanimate. Tomb the Archon. Bring out the Archon. Great. Play to land, obviously. Moves the Wasteland. Now I also have a pair of Brazen Borrowers, which is going to serve me really well. To remove Merit Lage, or yeah, Merit Lage specifically, since that looks to be the plan here. Trio of Brazen Borrowers, wow. Well, full attack. He does have to fully tap out this time in order to make the Merit Lage. Bounce. And opponents had enough. Very clean, easy win against World's competitor Lucas Numbers. And we're 4-1, and I'll see you all for round 6. Hello, we're back for round 6. We're against Tweety, who I presume is on black, or not black-red, blue-black Reanimator, because we've been playing against blue-black Reanimator every even round. Unfortunately, that was a joke, but I do think they're on that deck. I'm going to mulligan this hand. It's got 5 lands and a daze and an animate dead on the draw. It's not enough. This hand is missing a blue source, but I believe it's still a keep. And I think I remove a Reanimate from the hand. Either a Reanimate or a Frog. I think it's going to be harder for them to answer 2 Reanimates. Or I guess I cut 1 Reanimate because then they... Yeah. Because then if they discard me, they can't... They have to hit Force of Will to rip Force of Will. They can't just hit a Frog. I'm keeping 6. Opponent's going to 5. Obviously, you know, Island with no cantrips and no black source is a bit risky. But this hand is pretty good, and honestly, it can afford to miss for a couple turns and still be okay. So I'm going to hope that if we miss, that's what's happening. I don't think they're on blue-black Reanimator anymore, because Chrome Mox is not a deck that's, or not a card that's played in that deck. see what they're playing. Necrodominance is my new guess. No, mono red Stompy. Chalice on one? Well, we can't have that. So they're on one card in hand. Brainstorm. I think I'm gonna Grief Pitch Reanimate here, and then hope that I can find a land for this frog. Or I could just brainstorm first and hope to hit a land in my top 3 and it'll help dictate my decision. It's a little riskier, but they're going to be playing off the top 2. Oh, we did find it. Fantastic. So now that I know about that, I can do a Grief Pitching Reanimate. Put both these frogs on top. Grief Pitching Reanimate. See if it's a land or a spell. It's a Blood Moon. Okay. No more Blood Moon. And then next turn, unfortunately, I can't do anything. I just have to kind of Undercity Sewers and probably bin a frog. Chalice on one? Okay. No longer binning the frog. I'm keeping both frogs. Because this Reanimate's dead. So this goes on top. And now I'm going to try to leverage frogs to win this game. It's good for me that my opponent can't simultaneously have a third mana source and a Blood Moon. Their draw could only be one or the other. So now frog in play. Psychic Frog is really good in this matchup. A hard card for them to beat. I'm going to discard the Reanimate and the Brainstorm to the Frog because of Chalice of the Void. And also because it gets the clock going on my opponent here. Dathi Voidwalker is not really a card for this matchup. But it does cost 2 mana, so it can be played under this Chalice on one. So I'm going to hold on to it for right now. It's better than the alternative of nothing. Like if I can cast it, have it be a 3 damage beater, that's better than just discarding a card to the frog. That one's getting discarded. I'm doing a big frog here so that it can survive a Fury. And I'm going to see if I draw another land before I cast this Voidwalker, or like before I pitch the Voidwalker at some point. I'd much rather draw a card. Daze is great. Troll is great. Okay, so now I can do Swamp Cycling here to get a basic swamp. Dathi Voidwalker can get played. And now I have lethal next turn, and Daze back up. And the reason I have lethal is because I can discard cards to frog. Obviously 4 + 3 + 1 is not 9, but with discarding cards to grow the frogs, it sure is. And obviously also now my opponent played Ancient Tomb, so if they tap it, they're also dead. I don't really see them having an out here. But could be wrong, they're thinking. Maybe they're trying to play a One Ring, at which point I will daze it. One, two, three, four. There's the One Ring, and I will daze it. You have a Spirit Guide, opponent? No, you do not have a Spirit Guide. Okay, we got the game. Okay, so against Moon Stompy on the draw. Definitely want Fawns, Brazen Borrowers, these two. I want the removal. So I want these 10. The reanimation plan is strong. The grief plan is not as good because basically they have a few like super high impact cards, and if you discard one, they just play the other. So these 6 are the cards that I'm least excited about in the abstract. Let's see, what else can I afford to cut? I think I want to keep both reanimation targets. I could see cutting Atraxa just because of like Pyroblast. But Frog also gets hit by Pyroblast. So that's probably not the move. Let's say we do this. Then I'll sort by mana value. So it's looking like I've got a lot of ones. I think I'm going to trim 1 Reanimate just because of Chalice. And then I can cut like a Fatal Push and 2 Ponders. Just this kind of like Chalice on 1 insurance. Yeah, I like this. Let's submit. Oh, we've got no lands over here, but otherwise a great hand. You'll notice that 0 landers often have a bunch of really good spells, and that's because they don't have lands. Okay, this looks serviceable. Keep, get rid of Archon. So it's got an answer to Chalice on 1. It's got Island Swamp. Bombardiers are in. So in. I think I'm going to hold back this EE because I don't want my opponent to be aware of it. I'm debating between wastelanding the Ancient Tomb and letting this Bombardiers hit for an extra turn, or not doing that. I think I'm going to take another hit from the Bombardier and try to slow them down. This is a little bit risky, but I think it's what I want to do here. Yeah, okay, so they could have had a 3-mana play and instead they don't. So that makes me feel a bit better about my decision. And another troll is great to see. So now I will have Island Swamp for stable mana, because I have basic island here and then basic swamp off of a troll. Tapped land, love to see it. And so because of the fact that the Bombardiers can throw so much, it can throw anything at like troll to kill it and stuff. I think I'm going to spend this turn using Go for the Throat to kill the Bombardier. And then next turn I'll reanimate things. Fatal Push is a nice pickup. Right now I can't use it because of the lack of fetch lands, but that is okay with me. Okay, so now there's 3. Yep. Let's cut the throat of this bombardier. Go right for its throat. There's also a world where I like reanimate the bombardier for things, but not quite yet. Okay, so I'm going to take advantage, keep this fetch land with the fatal push. So for this turn, I'm going to cycle this troll for an underground sea and then animate dead on my trolls. There's a decent chance this gets like fairy macabre or something. But if that happens, then I can always just like reanimate my opponent's bombardiers next turn. Yep, got fairy macabre. Even playing into that, it's not the hugest deal. That was just one of the accepted risks. I'm not pre-playing this EE because I want my opponent to chalice on one. Let's sewers before we reanimate, just to see if we don't hit something of our own. Borrower is a card I'm happy to have, so I will just reanimate my opponent's bombardiers. See if they have another macabre. They might, since they're not casting anything and they've got a bunch of cards in hand. Yeah. Okay. And I think now I will play this EE for 0 because I can use it to pop a fatal push. I can use it to blow up a chalice and have a mana efficient bounce and cast Bridge and Borrower next turn. Fourth land. Is this like the One Ring? They're debating casting it into Daze. I think that is what that is. So now I have a Borrower. If they cast Ring, which they might, then I'll bounce it when its first draw triggers on the stack just to prevent any cards from being drawn and walk them. One, two, three, four. Bugbear. Each non-land. Okay, well, I'm going to fatal push that. And I'm going to hold on to this land, I think. I could have used this for a surveil land next turn, or last turn. I probably should have. I was just playing a little bit too fast and didn't think of it. 2, 3, 4. The ring? Yep. They've got protection from everything. So now, with that draw in the stack, I bounce it and it draws 0 cards. And I think I'd rather surveil this turn than play the Borrower because my opponent still has the protection clause. Another Borrower, that's pretty cute. I will just keep doing this for another turn cycle. It gets me board presence, and it's costing my opponent turns to do it. So now they do it with no pain, which is nice for them. Yep, there's the ring. You've got protection. Okay. Petty theft, same as last time. Nope, I need to do that on my opponent's end step. That was their second main. I don't want them to have access to something sorcery speed. There's no reason to preemptively do that borrower play. There we go. Now again, they do have protection, so there's no point attacking. Dead. The borrower's dead. I think I wasteland my opponent's City of Traders just to kind of force them to use the Ancient Tomb to cast things. I am low on things, which is not where I want to be. Yep, the One Ring is in play, and I have borrowed myself into a corner. I can no longer borrow, only beg and steal. And on my opponent's end step, I'll flash in this borrower. I can't attack with it, but it means if I top deck a troll, I can cast it. Reanimate. Can reanimate my other brazen borrower. I think I'm gonna wait a turn because there might be a better thing to reanimate soon. Is that even true? I just think that I'm gonna get like, no, they probably cut Furious. Yeah, I'll reanimate the brazen borrower. Might get macabbed. Macabre raid. It sure did. Okay. And again, there's no reason to attack. Now the One Ring is going to pop off for my opponent. And the question will become, can they kill me before they die to damage? And the answer is probably yes. Probably without issue. 3 macabres drawn, so that's been tough for my reanimation spells. The macabres being in, actually, I think if we get to a game 3, motivates me to keep grief in the deck, because I can preemptively grief the macabre and then still reanimate things. So if we get to game 3, I think I'm going to make that change. Fable of the Mirror Breaker, which does eat it to engineered explosives, or the token does. Force of Will is a good draw, so I can just cast it. The fact that I've drawn Force of Will, I think, means that I don't want to pop the EE just yet. I'd much rather hold up Force this turn. And it goes to 6, yeah, because next turn they take 3 from my borrower and currently 2 from the ring. If they tap ring again, it would be even more than that. Yeah, the time for Hearse has passed. Like, okay, so yeah, they're drawing cards. They do die to a Brazen Borrower hit plus the One Ring damage. I'm going to let them attack. Again, I'm holding up Force of Will. Not all that interested in this little extra mana that they have. Yeah, dead is part of the things that don't want them to do, because countering this allows me to have lethal. They have 7 cards in hand, so they probably have another way around it, but that's why I'm doing it this way. New ring, yep. So they're no longer dead to the ring plus a hit. Also, now I can not deal damage on my turn. They can also tap their Ancient Tomb for free, now that they have a fresh ring. Ponder, great. Let's find the goods. Entomb, Fatal Push, Ponder. Well, a new Ponder is fine. Entomb and Fatal Push are not quite enough right now. Brazen Borrower, Entomb, and Frog are things that I believe I want. So in what order? I think I want the Frog this turn, and then I'll draw Borrower next turn. 1, 2, 3. No shuffle, play Frog. And I'm not attacking because there's no reason to. They have played out their protection card. They lose 0 life. Fable flips into the reflection of Kiki-Jiki. What's happening to me? Oh no. Well, that's bad for me, quite bad. Yep, ouch. I think that I just pop this now. The next turn, I hope that they do some sort of like reflection play to try to kill me. Then I can sneak in with the Borrower for lethal. Doesn't look good for me here. They're not tapping the ring. They're being really safe. Chalice on 1 does not matter. I have an Entomb on top, but that's not what I'm winning or losing the game with. So now that they've played that, now I bounce the Fury. They don't get the copy. Getting 2 mana. For a hearse, okay. No license for that hearse. Brazen Borrower coming in. This probably isn't going to work because they just have the Fury on top, but you know, I've got to try. There's a chance they might make a little mistake, or I might get lucky somehow. So yeah, let's see what happens. I assume Fury comes down and annihilates my Brazen Borrower, and then they do a reflection copy and then attack me for 6. Or actually, they can attack me for 8 because the Fury itself can crew the hearse. That's what I'm expecting right now. Yeah, they kill my borrower. They make a copy of the Fury. Do they crew to put me to 1? That's the question. It doesn't really matter. I'm just curious what they do. It'll give me some insight into how safely they play for game 3. They're thinking about whether or not they want to crew. They decided no. I want to play it safe. If I had another borrower here, I could just like flash it in and attack for lethal. That would have been really cool. But I don't, obviously. Let's see what I do draw. Nope, that won't do it. Okay, game 3 time. So I think with the Macabres and stuff that they're playing, the Entomb Reanimate package is probably the weakest thing that is currently in the deck. If I were to bring in Griefs and like Fatal Push Reanimate, like that full set, and cut these 6, I have the Grief openings, the Grief Scam openings, I have more Fatal Pushes, I have more Reanimates. And then I'm not like going as all in with these things. I think I'm going to cut 1 Fatal Push for 1 Ponder. They're not playing that many like pushable creatures really. I think I'll cut them like that. You know, I'm actually going to cut this last Fatal Push for a Bowmaster because it does interact well with the One Ring, or against the One Ring. We'll submit that. It also blocks, what's it called? The Bombardiers without any issue. I'll play first. No lands in this one. Yes lands in this one. It's got a Grief Scam opener, which we love to see. So I'll go Grief Pitching, Animate Dead, and then Reanimate. Keep. And I think I'm going to get rid of Borrower for now. Or I'm going to get rid of Borrower for now, and then I can hopefully find one later. It's a good card. I need a Force Pitch, and I'd rather pitch a Ponder than pitch a Borrower. Or if I miss on lands, Ponder can find me a second land. Done. Opponent kept 7. So 2 Chalices. So we take Fairy first. And I guess one of the Chalices. Though it's not really what I want to be taking. But yeah, this is why I brought the Griefs back in. So we do this. We take the Chalice. We force the other Chalice, and now 1-drops are still alive. Tomb. I could also just like let this Chalice sit. Yeah, I kind of like that. I'm going to let this Chalice resolve and just Ponder's a force pitch. Wasteland's a good draw. I actually do want them tapping this Ancient Tomb. I'm saving this for Den of the Bugbear. Or that makes sense? No, this is their hand. Their hand is really slow. I'm just going to waste it. I was thinking about it helping me as far as the tempo goes, but I think I'm better off just keeping them low resource. Here's the Den of the Bugbear. I'd like to draw another Wasteland, I suppose. Frog will be great when I draw a second land. And that was also another reason I Wastelanded, is because Wasteland doesn't help me cast things like Frog. So I need to naturally draw like a blue-black land and an untapped blue-black land at that. Undercity Sewers won't cut it. This does help. So I think I'm going to Swamp Cycle, and I'm going to get an Undercity Sewers so I can help like surveil and set up my next draw steps. Another Force is really good. It means that I could force pitch Ponder now, and then, if need be, force pitch Frog the turn after. Wonder what, okay, opponent plays another mountain. So now they're at 3 mana, which is really the critical point for Moon Stompy. And they have decisions to make. They pass. Maybe this is like a Gone from Dead Gone. They can't dead it because they have a Chalice in play. I'll attack. Play Frog. You can't Pyroblast it, which is convenient for me. They could Gone it back to my hand, which I would be okay with. I would just hold up double force. Gemstone Caverns on turn 5. Not really when you want it, but it is a 4th land. If opponent plays the One Ring, I would force it because I have lethal. So I can discard 1-drop, 1-drop for lethal. And I believe I will do that, but let's see what they do first. So I'll attack. Discard Brainstorm. Discard Ponder. So now I'm coming in for lethal. Do you have a Gone? I will force that. You do have a Gone, and I will force that. Just like I said. Just like we drew it up. So that should be lethal. Don't think opponent has a way out of this. We did it. Awesome. Well, we defeated Moon Stompy, and we are 5-1. I will see you all for round 7. Hello, so we are back for round 7. We're against Ridsley, who plays Black-Red Reanimator usually. Double checking that. Yeah, they play like the fast version of Reanimator, to which like this hand is too slow and also too vulnerable. I could just get my Atraxa discard and Reanimated. I'm gonna mulligan this. This hand is better against getting Reanimated, so I'll keep it. I'm gonna put away the Archon of Cruelty. And so ideally now, as they're unmasking me, and so if they take troll, I'm like pretty SOL. And so because of that, I think I'm gonna force pitch Daze. And see if I can't get something with a grief scam. So now I'm gonna grief pitch Frog because I could cycle and animate dead something if they have like a big creature and nothing else or whatever. So grief pitching Frog. Might entomb in response. We shall see. So they do have entomb, exhume, animate dead. So because I didn't play a land, I didn't reveal that I don't have reanimate right now. So they couldn't entomb. Now that said, if I take the animate dead and they entomb end step, if they rip a land, they go off, but if they don't rip a land, I get to animate dead it. I'm gonna take the animate dead. Because yeah, so if they entomb now, they would have to draw a land naturally in order to use the exhume. Even if they do that, I get to like put my troll in play or something. So I'm going to take Animate Dead. I'm going to play a Wasteland and pass. See which play they go for. They're making the safer play, which is to cycle the troll. So now they have 2 lands. Thoughtseize me. I don't appreciate that one bit. But I do have to cycle troll now because otherwise I lose my source of mana. Now they have Entomb Exhume. Reanimate was a great draw because now I can reanimate my grief, which means that if they entomb in response, I take the exhume and they have to naturally draw another reanimation spell before I do, which they might. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to take entomb here. And then if they exhume, we both get trolls. Which they agree that they don't want. Okay, got a frog. If I find another Underground Sea or untapped blue-black source, I can cast that. Doughty Voidwalker, again, is a nice card to have drawn, but cannot currently cast. The problem with exhuming is I get the first hit with Troll. So they don't want to do that to me or with me. I think I'm going to entomb a Psychic Frog on my end step. Just a card I can't cast and don't want to draw, but also not the worst to like reanimate. Maybe it's a Dothy Voidwalker because it's hard to, it's like unblockable. Yeah, I'm gonna entomb a Dothy Voidwalker. Hey, I drew a land, great. So I'm going to attack here. And I'm going to cast a Dothy Voidwalker, I believe. Okay, now I'm in really good shape because there's not much they can do against this. Like, they could reanimate my Voidwalker, but then I win. Cool. Still game 1 in the pseudo mirror. So against black-red Reanimator, I don't think I want opponent's talking about how insane my Reanimate top deck was. And so I'm telling them, yeah, I got quite lucky on that. It's worth validating. I don't feel like fighting to invalidate anything that they were doing. I've seen them do a bunch of like Merit Lage shenanigans in the sideboard and stuff like that. I think I want Tameo. I think I want, or I think I want these cards basically, and maybe go for the throat. I think I don't want these, and I think I can cut like a couple griefs on the draw. Oh, maybe I cut a couple wastelands because they don't do much. Yeah, I like this. Cut these 8, and I brought in Tameo, go for the throat, 2 more Voidwalkers, Borrowers, Force Negations. Okay. Oh, mulliganing again. And is much better. I will get rid of looking between Pluto, Delta, and Underground. So I think I'm going to get rid of Delta. Hand is quite good. So I'm going to do... Well, now I was going to have to choose which of these cards to pitch, but now I'm going to do Grief Pitching Frog. They have a big creature in their hand. It's now in the yard. They don't have that. But they do have Animate Dead and Mutated Cultist. And a Dark Depths. This is a cast trigger. So I can go... I can take the Mutated... Because it's a cast trigger, it doesn't really matter that it's like in the yard. So I think I take the Mutated Cultist. And I think I'm also going to take the Reanimate. Reanimate or Animate Dead? I think Reanimate so they can't just like Entomb Reanimate me this turn. And also that way, animate dead on mutated cultist is a 0/3, so the death touch doesn't matter. A wasteland coming down on my underground sea. I guess I could have fetched basic swamp to do that reanimation, and then I would be able to cast Voidwalker this turn. I think that was just a punt on my end, nothing more to that. Yeah, that was just a punt, because now I can't even fetch for Surveil land. So I think I'm going to wait one more turn before griefing. That was obviously a mistake, like how I played that. So grief, pitch Voidwalker. Okay, well, problem solved. Now I can reanimate their Grizzlebrand. Cannot draw 7 or I will die, so I'm not going to do that. Now I just wait. Next turn, if I connect, I can draw 7. But right now, I could pay 7 life, but I would go to 0. This is not the life total I want to be at. Okay. Opponent has seen enough. Their Grizzlebrand, my side of the field is all we needed. Got the match. We are 6-1 now. And I'll see you all for round 8. I'm going to try to top 8 another one of these. That'd be fun. 2 in a row. Actually, let's try to win this one. Think positive. Hello, we're back for round 8. We're against Mark DM, who's mulliganed. This hand, obviously, I don't really love having an Archon of Cruelty in here, but it's pretty flexible hand outside of that. So I'm going to keep it. I don't know what they're on other than a 6-card hand. Saga. Still don't quite know what they're on. Oh, okay, they're on like Turbo Mystic Forge stuff. Okay, so let's do Underground Sea Ponder. Like Turbo like Ring Forge stuff. Okay, so Psychic Frog is really good because I can discard Archon to it. But I think I want Daze in my hand right now. And then I can play the Psychic Frog next turn. And the turn after I can discard Archon of Cruelty and animate dead it. That's my plan. And their plan is to make constructs. So we play Frog. You would not believe that Siri just heard me say that we play Frog. I guess I said, so we play Frog. And the SIRI app thing inside of my iPhone decided that I said her name instead of so we. Which is rude. I didn't say her name at all. Okay, so now I'm actually quite happy that I have this Archon of Cruelty in my hand because I'll be able to discard it to Psychic Frog. Let's see if they get a Graveyard Hate piece with their Urza Saga right now. Like if they have main deck Soul Guide Lantern or whatever. They may also get something like a Vexing Bauble. Yeah, which is what they did end up getting. which invalidates my force and my days, kind of. Well, I can't daze that, unfortunately. They attack here, I'm pitching a bunch of cards. Okay, well, they didn't. Okay, so again, if I grief, Vexing Bubble counters it, so not exactly what I want to do. First things first, I'm going to discard the Archon, and then I'll animate dead the Archon. When it discards, I draw. I lose a creature. Everything is coming up me. So I'm going to discard a force, and I think discard. Well, I'm trying to think about the clock here. And whether or not I like discard any like a grief for a daze proactively right now as well. I think I discard the daze proactively. Then I'm going to exile these 3 cards to give my frog flying. And then I will leap the frog over my opponent's construct token. Drew another frog. Still didn't draw a land, but that's okay. We've got a pretty good board presence here. Opponent only currently has 1 mana. Of course, that could grow quite a bit. And now they have 4 mana. And a ring. Okay. Troublesome for me. Is target opponent sacrifice a creature? Yeah. So I cannot target my opponent with this, unfortunately. So I'm going to target opponent sacrifice a creature, planeswalker, discards a card, loses 3 life. I draw a card and gain 3 life. So if I attack, I don't draw a card or gain life. Rough. Okay, so I think I want to brainstorm first. Animate dead is maybe good. Like soon, but right now there's nothing I can really animate dead here for value. So I'm going to play this too. I kind of wish I had the days still. I can play a land now, and I can play Frog or Voidwalker. I think I'm going to play Voidwalker. And this is only target opponent does those things, and I draw a card. So only 1 target, so with the 1 ring, this doesn't do anything. So there's no point attacking. There's no point attacking, I will just hang back. They lose a life. They now draw 2 cards. Lots of cards. A fresh saga, so they have a lot of mana now. Because these Urza's lands. Ooh, no, that's bad for me. Now they've drawn up to 7 cards. They have 6 mana available. This is very much a problem. This Vexing Bauble is vexing me. Oh no. Gonna draw even more cards. They are. So now they have 4 mana. Big construct token. That said, I'm more than happy to discard my entire hand to this frog to make it bigger than their construct. Yeah, there are 10 cards in hand, 4 mana available, because this Urza's land has 3 Urza's lands in play, so it's basically just a Mishra's Workshop, not an Urza's Workshop right now. Mishra's Workshop and Legacy, you've seen it here first. Really impressive opening from my opponent here, because this is like, my board state is no slouch. Okay. 3 mana. Oh, drawing more cards. Yeah, I guess if you gotta draw cards, you gotta draw cards. I think they see that this is their last turn. Well, now I wish I had those forces, but I do not. Petal. We're at 14 cards in hand. Oh my god. Okay, if I had known about this whole thing, I might have kept my forces and stuff in hand. Now I'm feeling very silly. So opponent has 4 mana available again. Giant construct token. Wow. Now they're figuring out what to do. I haven't seen much of this deck. I know that it's been doing well, but watching it in action is really impressive. I'll pause while my opponent thinks. Okay, they're playing a Manifold Key. I wonder if that means that they're untapping their ring to draw 6 more cards. It does, okay. Whew. I don't know if that's enough cards. They have 16 cards in hand. Another Mox Opal. Monolith, yeah. Key. Untap Monolith? Okay, so they're making mana now. They have a plan. Another Monolith. A new ring. Gross. Although it does mean that I get a 1 ring. So I could just get a 1 ring on my turn, and but no, now I can't because Vexen Bauble prevents it. It costs 0 mana. Means that Vexen Bauble gets in the way of it. That's really gross. So 14/14. So this has 5 power. This could have 8. That's 13. Which, last I checked, is less than 14. Is that true? Is it less than 14? Yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 4, yeah, 8 plus 5 is 13. This is a 14/14, so that doesn't work. That's really inconvenient for me. Okay. Oh man. So I can't cast a ring because it's free, air quotes. Whenever a player casts a spell with no mana spent to cast it, counter that spell. They don't have any way to make it uncounterable. I guess I'll try to ponder and find a Brazen Borrower to bounce the bauble. Is that my best draw here? Because if I can bounce bauble, I can cast my own ring. I drew a force, which is not enough. As you see, Archon attacks. No trigger, no damage. Just the pain of defeat. And I will concede this one. Well, that was pretty terrifying. Okay. So I want the Filigree Silex, I want Engineered Explosives, I want Tamiyo, I want Borrowers, I want Bowmasters, I want these cards. I don't really want Dothy Voidwalker. On the play, I think Daze is solid. The Grief Scam plan is solid. Archon of Cruelty is probably better, or about the same as Atraxa. I'm not entirely sure. I'm going to cut a couple Animate Deads. I think I can cut, like, Atrol. Maybe I don't need Tamiyo. A little bit superfluous. I think I want to cut one of these. I think I'm going to cut I'm going to cut the Archon. 2 more cards to side out here. Let's side out basic Swamp, because I don't think our mana is under attack at all. In that case, I should probably keep Troll. No, I don't think I should mess with my mana that hard. I don't know. It's tough. I'm going to slide down to 1 Animate Dead and down to 3 Entomb. Do I keep this Swamp in the board? I think I'm okay with the Swamp sided out. We'll be on the play. We'll keep it. See if they open on a ley line. So we've got a Borrower. Mulligan to 6. Mulliganing to 5. Smells like a Brazen Borrower. Or sorry, Mulligan to 4. Smells like a ley line, I mean. Down to 3 cards. Opponent's going real low. Down to 2 cards. Okay. So, I mean, at 2 cards. Down to 1 card. Okay. Opponent has kept a 1-card hand with Leyline of the Void. I'm going to play a land and pass. No point griefing my opponent because they have no cards in hand. They mulliganed hard for that leyline. Okay, so I think the only way I can lose is if I just like brainstorm and whiff on land. So I'm gonna give it one more turn before I brainstorm to try to find land. I just really don't want to whiff. Hey, I found a troll, so that's perfect. Now I don't even really need to worry about whiffing. So I'm gonna go cycle the troll for an underground sea. And then probably brainstorm on end step. Take key, I do not care. Untap itself, very cool. Okay, force and all this. Okay, so we're in great shape. So I'm gonna put away frog. I will redraw a frog. So what we do here is we do Brazen Borrower, bounce the Leyline of the Void, we grief pitching grief, and then we'll reanimate grief. We take one ring, we reanimate grief, we take the Leyline because why not? Obviously, you know, my opponent's keeping a one card hand is like they have zero chance of winning this game. Although I do want to commend them on, you know, if you could pick your top cards, this would be how to do it. So props to them. I wasted the Saga because if they're going to draw like absolute perfects, then another Ancient Tomb off the top would have been the perfect draw to start making constructs. I will attack first. I'm not going to pitch any cards to the frog just yet. Another Daze is real nice. So I have 5 power on board, and then 6, 7, 8 in my hand. I guess if I had played the Borrower last turn, I could have had lethal, but I was just trying to accrue more card advantage. And I will do that again. I'm just going to draw 2 cards. And I'm not going to reveal anything else. I'm just going to cast the Borrower in my opponent's end step. Oh, we never got there. Okay. So opponent mulliganed to 1 to find a leyline, and they had the leyline. Confirmed. So I'm wondering if Tamiyo is better than like a random Entomb or something right now. Just as a means to like draw cards, apply pressure. I think Tamiyo might be better than a Bowmaster because when they have the ring in play, like I lost the Bowmaster would not have worked at all that game. Because when they have the ring in play, they're winning by so much that the little pings don't matter. So I think I'm not going to play the Bowmasters. And I'll bring in this swamp again just to mitigate the fail rate of things. Or maybe I want my 4th Entomb. Yeah, I'll keep Swamp Cut and I'll add the 4th Entomb back in there. Okay, so now this hand does not function This hand, it does function, and it has a filigree Silex, which is one of the best ways for me to answer their crazy board states. I think that I need to bin either Ponder or Daze. And I think I'm going to bin the Ponder. Oh, this is tough. No, I'm gonna get rid of the Daze. We'll see if they have a ley line. Yep, they do. Okay. Well, unfortunately, the Grief Scam part of the hand does not quite function, but I can still Grief Pitch Reanimate to get a card out of their hand. Unless they play a One Ring right now, which I hope they don't. But they could. Karn, okay, I don't care as much about Karn, I guess. I guess now I can Grief whatever they get out of their hand. Pithing Needle. Like Wasteland? Frog? Wasteland. I'm gonna Ponder first. Huh. Of course. That's really funny. Just the way we drew it up. Brazen Borrower and Daze are great draws, though. So, 1, 2, 3. So we'll put Daze in hand this turn. That's kind of a risk mitigation. And then next turn we can Brazen Borrower and then scam things away after that. Wow. Okay. Opponent's really getting me here. What do they find in their sideboard? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They have 7 mana? Oh my god. Could they just lattice me right here? They could. 1, 2, 3. This adds 2. That's 2. So they could get Microsoft. They got Liquid Coating. Could have gotten Microsoft Lettuce. Which I mean Microsynth Lattice. I'm just being a silly guy. Okay, well this is really bad for me now. So, oh, I know what to do. On my opponent's turn, they're going to activate the coding. How do I get out of this? So if I can't bounce anything right now because my land doesn't work. So I guess I need to pass to my opponent's turn anyway, but I'll see how they do it. In the upkeep, they're doing this to make this an artifact. Which under Karn means it doesn't function, which means I kind of have to bounce Karn. I don't really want to bounce Karn because once they cast Karn, I'm in big trouble again. Like, they can just plus and kill this. I guess I can daze it to protect it. Yeah, I need to Borrower to bounce Karn this turn. It's the tough situation I'm in. Now I have an artifact land, but I'll be able to daze it back to my hand to protect it. Oh no. This is just all so bad for me. Yep, I mean, they're just doing Karn things. Oh. Okay. That appears to be a mistake on my opponent's part. Like, I don't think it was an intentional mistake, but I'm going to punish it. So I'm going to go Grief Pitching, Reanimate. How many Pithing Needles do you think they play? Karn is gone. No more Karn. I'm going to play Filigree Silex. And I guess I'll see if they end up making a bunch of... So the thing is, like, I have 1, 2, 3, 4... If 1, 2, 3, 4 1-drops that I'd want to explode. But I didn't ponder because I just couldn't risk missing this Filigree Silex, I think. So, how many Pithing Needles do they play? I think I have to take a risk here. Let's see if they make the construct first. If they make the construct, then I can blow up both constructs. They do. I'm going to bank on them not having a second needle in their deck. Cool, I guessed correctly. I'm taking a lot of damage this turn. 9. But I'm going to be able to blow up the world on my next turn. So tap, put a counter on it. Sacrifice. You're drawing with the bobble, okay. Okay, yeah, they're just untapping things. Good for them. Okay. Still in a really rough spot. But I'm not just dead. Force of Negation, Undercity Sewers, and Troll are not this engineered explosives I desperately need, nor a way to instantly get it. Maybe Troll for Undercity Sewers and play Undercity Sewers as my way out. Because as of right now, even if they use liquid metal coating to pump like their Ancient Tomb or Leyline of the Void into a thing, then I get into an artifact, I go to 1, which is not 0. Okay. I will Swamp Cycle and get Undercity Sewers. I'm like dead to artifact off the top, but think I'm dead to most things anyway. Atraxa is not what I need right now. Oh, since I'm dead to artifact off the top, maybe I grief them. Salt Monolith and Paradox Engine both can be cast. But I can daze Basalt, or I can daze Paradox Engine, so I will take Basalt Monolith. Okay. And then I'm gonna go to 1 life here, and then I survive. No, I can't survive it anymore. Well, maybe they will not pay for days or something. I don't know. So if they use liquid metal coating correctly, which they did, I die. GG. The Ancient Tomb off the top did me in. I wonder if we would have found that Engineered Explosives as our next draw. Nope. Oh well. Cool. So I guess we're 6-2 now, going into round 9. My breakers are pretty bad, and so I'm not super likely to top 16 even with a win, but I will try. Let's do our best. See you all for round 9. Okay, we are back for the final round. 6-2 now. This has a turn 1 Entomb followed by a turn 2 Animate Dead. I'm going to keep it. I'm debating whether or not I want to Grief Pitching Frog on turn 1. I think I do, just because it will let me figure out how I want to sequence my lands, if I want to fetch like a swamp now, stuff like that. So Grief Pitching Frog. Okay, so I'm against another Mystic Forge deck, but now I am prepared. So Ancient Tomb, Defense Grid, Karn, Forge, Opal. I guess I take the Defense Grid. I think. Could also take the Opal. No, that doesn't slow them down enough. Key would be a solid thing to take. Or Karn. Karn can get killed. Opponent wished me good luck and very kind. Let's see here. So I'm gonna take it's either Key or Defense Grid. I think it's gotta be Defense Grid because I hope to draw into counter magic and stuff. No. Key is their accelerant. They have a lot of hits, so I think I'm gonna take the Key. Yeah. That was a hard choice, and I don't know if I made it correctly, but I definitely made it. Definitely made a choice here. Turn 1 Saga. Opal, yeah. So now do I go for Atraxa or do I go for Archon? I think I go for Atraxa. Because I'm going to hope to rip more stuff. Oh, the days was great. Already looking good there. So Atraxa is in. So we'll get Animate Dead, Force of Will, Grief, Reanimate, And then I will grief pitching animate dead to... Got 2 Karns now. I'm going to rip the defense grid. And then next turn I'll be able to do more damage. They play Tomb. That's not going to be sufficient, unfortunately, for my opponent. Step 1, reanimate grief. I found another opal. I believe I'm going to take the Mystic Forge. And shut them off of mana. They can make a construct that I don't really care about. I should have done this surveilling action earlier, just because so I have full information on what I'm working with. But it didn't end up really mattering. My decisions were pretty scripted. Now, unfortunately, my opponent can get Vexing Bauble if they wanted to. Then I'll be able to hardcast Daze. Yeah, this KarnForge deck looks pretty good. I'm pretty scared of it. Okay, they got the bauble. They have 3 mana I know about. Potentially 1 more mana that I don't know about. Nope, they don't have the extra mana source. Now I have another Wasteland. Send with the 2 creatures that 1 construct is unable to block. And now I'm in pretty good shape. Because I can daze anything. Okay. So on the draw, I think let's keep the Entombs. Maybe at the base level, let's keep the Entombs. So I don't want, or maybe let's cut these for right now. I want Filigree Silexes. I want Tameo is kind of slow, but like helps me grind out if I'm forcing a bunch of things. I do think I can cut that swamp, especially on the draw. And then maybe already at 3 Entombs. A couple Animate Dead. I think that's what I did last time, and I think it makes sense. So we've got these 7 in. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out. I'm just thinking. I think this makes sense. Yeah, I like it. I'm going to run it like this. All right, yep. Submitting. Okay, well, no lands. Which is unfortunate because great spells, like we've talked about. Opponent is keeping 7. It's got Grief Scam. I keep it. No Leyline. Okay, we're lucky. Where's his workshop? Manifold Key. Also no Bauble, that means. So again, lucking out a little bit. Unless they're going to go like Lotus Petal Opal. Okay, they didn't. Okay. Grief. Now I have 2 griefs. I think I will grief pitch grief. And hold on to my 2 reanimation spells in case I draw an Entomb. Okay, so Vexing Bauble, the One Ring, Defense Grid, Basalt Monolith. So I get to rip 2 cards. Definitely Monolith, definitely in Ring, I think. And then I'll have to like deal with Defense Grid and Bauble. That's fine. I'll take the cards that like do stuff. And then answer, and then there's like fight through the protection. Opponent said they misclicked on which spell they're casting, and that does make sense. So I successfully clicked on the One Ring. It is hard. It's a long day. This is 9 rounds, and misclicks happen, and it's pretty unforgiving. Defense Grid and Bauble is not exactly a combo because it means I can cast my counterspells. I just have to pay 3 for them. Filigree Silex is pretty nice, actually. I'm going to play that because I can tick it up to 1 and then blow up the world. Okay, or do I want to play it for 2? I guess I'll see what they do. But they're drawing with the bauble, so I'll definitely probably want to tick it up. It's looking like a 2 mana. 2 mana play. 4. Monolith, yeah. Oh no. Well, that's rough for me. Okay. Grief again. Let's try to brainstorm into something good like a wasteland. Entomb. It will in fact entomb, and I have to do it now because of these defense grids. Atraxa into my graveyard. And so I could blow the whole thing now. And the reason to do that would be to deny my opponent 3 cards. But if they're going to do ring shenanigans, like key stuff, key shenanigans, then with ring, then what am I trying to say? If they're going to do key stuff with ring, then they're not using the keys to untap the monoliths. And I feel like the monoliths and defense grids are really, like, that's the thing that I need to blow up to have a chance, like, to Atraxa into things and win the game. So I'm going to let them do this freely. Like, they're going to be able to ring and key ring stuff. Okay, so they're untapping the One Ring, as expected. They're up to 6 cards in hand. A lot of cards. So my plan is currently in this order, I think, to or actually, okay, now I have a thought about whether or not I want to animate dead Atraxa before or after I pop the Filigree Silex. Because if I put it back into my graveyard, I can like use it again. It's pretty silly. Okay, so now this adds 2 mana. We got 4 mana going. It's a good amount of mana. Okay, so tap to put an oil counter on this. Karn has to go upstairs, tick up. Otherwise, I can just attack it with my grief. And so because of that, I believe that I am forced, because I can't pop the I can't pop the Silex unless Karn is off the table. I think I just have to bounce the Karn with Borrower, and I can't do Animate Dead this turn. Get out of here, things. And I attack for 3. And then opponent will do some levels of shenanigans. Drawing 4 cards. So many cards. Another Saga, so now Workshop adds 3 mana, just like it does in Vintage. I think I made that joke last round too, right before it got destroyed. Oh, they don't have Metalcraft yet. Okay, that's convenient. Well, now they do. Now they have Metalcraft. Now this adds 3. 4. A fresh ring. Yep, that makes sense. So now they're not, like, dying to their 1 ring. Hopefully what happens now is I'm able to get Atraxa into play and can get a full grip of Counter Magic and Wasteland this Saga so that it doesn't go get Vexing Bauble to turn off all of my Counter Magic. So again, my opponent's under protection, so I'm not going to like grief or anything, or not attack either. So Wasteland, I do need. Daze, I need. Ponder versus Reanimate, I think I want Ponder, and then I think I want Animate Dead. Yeah, so now the question becomes, do I cut off the Workshop? Because this is going to get Vexing Bauble almost certainly, which shuts off my Daze, but cutting down 3 mana is way more punishing than cutting down 1. Like 1 into a Daze versus 3, I'd rather cut off the triple mana. Done. Okay, so then I play the Wasteland the Workshop. I draw a card. There's no point attacking, so I pass the turn. At least also, this way I'm forcing them to get Bauble. They can't, like Vexing Bauble, they can't just like get a Mox Opal or whatever. So there is a benefit to doing it this way, like forcing their Vexing Bauble search is good for me, I suppose, in a way. Now that said, it doesn't like. I'm still kind of up to my opponent to figure out if they can kill me here, because I've got lethal coming down next turn. Well, that's a good start. Another ring. Karn doesn't do it. Oh, that does it. My god, so much mana. Because now, yeah, they'll have 9 mana now. Okay, what's happening to me for 9 mana? Okay, so now I'm dead. But I'm going to F6 and see how they win. Now every time they cast a spell, all their stuff gets untapped. They do win. I just want to know what the win condition looks like. Can they beat the board, etc., etc.? Because I assume the answer is yes, they can beat the board, but I don't know exactly what. Is it Emrakul? Second Paradox Engine. They are legendary. Besides, now you, the viewer, gets to watch this KarnForge deck in action. We get to take inventory of what's in the list, try to reverse engineer it. Yeah, every single spell my opponent plays, they make a ton of mana and draw more and more cards. So like there's no way that I don't lose here. I just want to know how I lose. So currently there are no null rods in my sideboard. That's going to change sometime soon. Also, at least we got game 1, so we have a game 3 to try to redeem ourselves. Let's see what our standings are. So we're currently in 29th place. Our opponent, who is DMD Barry, has a really good breakers, so they're likely to breaker into top 8. I'm not, but I mean, I'm not about to concede either. I also, so Mental Misstep is locked to top 8, very nice, good friend of mine. Binu is a great player. It's won one of the Showcase Championships recently. So cool to see him back in there. VCNet is someone that Mental Misstep beat Mental Misstep, so that's scary, or Mental Missteps give them in, I'm not sure which. JPA has 70% tiebreaker, so is likely going to be in at 7-2. Really, really good tiebreaker. The Walking Ballista is how we're doing this. I will concede, so my opponent doesn't have to cast all the things. But a giant Walking Ballista, or like, you know, I'm at 14 life, so anything 28 or greater will do me in. But no, I already conceded. I'm not going to try to concede the match here. Okay, so I think I want Swamp. I think that I don't want Tameo. And I feel like I want Entomb as well. And I can cut. It's either the Swamp or the Wasteland. Yeah, Wasteland's so good in the matchup though. Maybe it is the Swamp. Do I also want Archon of Cruelty? I don't think so. Okay. Let's try this. See if we can defeat KarnForge. Well, this is a good hand. We'll keep it. It's got a couple forces to pitch things with. It's got frogs to recoup card advantage. Opponent's going to 6 cards if they're mulliganing for a ley line. This hand does not care. So I like the hand. I like what we're seeing. My play is going to be Undercity Sewers first because I have these 2-drops I want to cast. And another force on top is exactly what we want to see. So now my plan is just stick frogs, attack, go ham. Key is fine. I'm actually going to take a turn off of casting frogs to kill this saga before I can start making constructs. And then next turn I'll play a frog. I can counter spells that are being cast. I can't counter constructs. I don't currently have an EE or a Filigree Silex in my hand. Borrower is another great draw. This hand is very good, like very well set up to beat this opposing deck. If they beat me here, which I think I'm going to let this resolve and like let them have mana and just fight over their haymakers given the texture of my hand. If they beat me here, then I either need to reapproach how I'm playing the matchup, or I need to change how I'm playing the deck, or how my deck is constructed, like more null rods and stuff, or this is just an actual bad matchup for Scaminator, which would be really interesting to see. So yeah, Mystic Forge. I am not super into seeing that one. I think I'm going to go Force of Negation, pitching Brazen Borrower. Blue card. Exactly what we want to see. Reanimate's cute too. But really right now I'm just trying to get my frogs on. Draw 3 cards a turn. And just try to counter all their relevant stuff, like their high impact spells. And then not worry about the mana. They have so much mana in the deck. Like look at how much mana they just created. It's insane. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana right now. So much mana. The One Ring? Absolutely not. I think I'm going to force pitching Daze because they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. Which, if they played another 4-drop, would play around Daze. They don't appear to have it. Awesome. Okay, now I have Entomb Reanimate, so let's first draw cards. I guess I want to Entomb Atraxa first, so I don't accidentally draw Atraxa, although I could discard it to Frog, but either way. Get Atraxa into the yard. Drew Wastelands, which is really nice. So let's see, we'll go Fawn, Frog, Ponder, Delta, and then I play a Wasteland. I Wasteland the Workshop. And this should do it. My gold cards against their colorless cards. I don't really think they have a way out of this. They have 2 cards in hand, and I have 2 forces. And I'm drawing 3 cards a turn now, and I just got an attraction to play. Like I don't see how they survive this at all. But maybe they have a way. They're doing something. 7 mana. All is dust? That'd be funny. I would be able to counter it, but it would be funny. Oh, Inventor's Fair, so they're going to tutor something. Okay. Well, again, I can counter it, so it doesn't really matter. They could get a 1 ring, theoretically. But hey, at least we win. Whatever they get here, I'm countering. Vexing Bobble. That's cute. It's not going to resolve. I think I'm going to do it. Force of negation, pitching, under. I still have Force of Will pitching Frog. So whatever they get, I win. They had nothing to cast. Okay. Filigree Silex is going to go on 1 if there would be a next turn. But let's attack first. Draw 2 more cards with Frog. This is, I wouldn't be able to pump to lethal, so there's no point pumping right now. Okay, those are nice draws. Animate Dead doesn't do anything. And Delta doesn't do anything. I'm just going to cut off mana. And I guess Ponder. Yeah, Brainstorm as a pitch card is solid. Don't hate that at all. Looks like we got it. So we're going to be a 7-2. And GG's. Cool. So yeah, 7-2 in the Showcase Challenge. Extremely unlikely for us to make top 8. Like we can't make top 8. Pretty unlikely for us to make top 16, to be completely honest. I will resume this video as soon as the round is over, so you can see where we ended up. I hope it's 16th place, just to get that extra little bump in prizing. 9th through 16th gets 25 treasure chests and gets an MH3 set. And then I think I still get the set. Yeah. X2 finishers below 16th granted set by next week. So I will still get a Modern Horizon set, but it's for 10 treasure chests, which is not a huge amount, but it's not nothing. So cool. I'm really happy with how the deck played, and let's talk through it. So I played Dothy Voidwalkers in the main deck as a way to kind of try to hedge against the mirror. And I cut the Gristlebrand at the last minute, even like during the deck tech, as a way to hedge against the mirror. I played against the mirror twice. I played against Black-Red Reanimator, or like Mono-Black Reanimator, once. And the Voidwalkers game 1 just like didn't really come up. Now that said, that doesn't mean that it was like bad by any stretch of the imagination. It just means that when you're playing a 2-of and you're playing like a single tournament, the choices you make may or may not come up just over the course of random. The deck itself obviously felt extremely good. That's why this is the S tier deck in Legacy. If I were to build this for a more open field, like not super hedged against Black-Red Reanimator, or sorry, Blue-Black Scaminator mirrors, I would put the 2 Voidwalkers in the sideboard. I would put a Borrower main, and I would cut the Tamiyo. And then I would play a 4th Daze. So this is how I would play it, like completely stock. The Tamiyo was good, so maybe I'd play like one. Maybe I'd play like one Tamiyo main over the 4th Daze or something like that. He's pretty good. I don't know. Maybe this Tamiyo in here and like the 4th Voidwalker. Maybe you cut the Voidwalker, you put the Tamiyo in the sideboard, you play 4 Dazes. I'm not entirely sure. You could also, do this where you have a Tamiyo, 4 Dazes, and 1 Borrower, and then a second Borrower in the board. But I do kind of prefer having 2 Bears and Borrowers main deck. You could see that in a lot of our games, like a Bobble, like a Vexing Bobble hit play, and like Borrowers are only main deck out to it, stuff like that. And so having 2 Borrowers does help in those kinds of situations. I would not recommend doing the Daze in the sideboard. Yeah, maybe I'd play this. But as of today, what I played was this. Played that, and 2 Dothys main, 2 Dothys in the sideboard. Yeah, so this is what we played today, and again, really happy with the list. I would recommend it for any Legacy tournament you would intend to win with. Any variant that I just talked about with like moving those cards around, that's just like season to taste. For as long as this remains legal. And if you're super afraid of the Vexing Bobble Forge decks after we played it in the last 2 rounds, you could honestly cut like a Fatal Push or a Bowmaster or like one of these 2, or like turn one of these into 1 or 2 Null Rods. Like these are the cards I look at for converting them into Null Rods. Definitely 1, maybe a second. I'm not sure. But that's really if you expect that KarnForge deck. So anyway, yeah, I hope you enjoyed this, and I'll see you in just a second with our final standings. There's 1 match in progress. Who is it? SK 80,000 versus Victor Von Muerte in the 3-5 bracket, playing for top 128. Because at 128, you get 150 play points and 5 treasure chests, so at 144, 145, they're battling to try to get some value out of this tournament. Hard to blame them after spending all day. Cool, see you in a sec. Well, it is as we feared. We missed top 16. JPA did sneak in like I expected. Eka Baronin also snuck in. That's funny. He already qualified for this event, so I guess it's 1 player smaller now than it would otherwise be. Mental Misstep gets to play against JPA in the next round. So yeah, missed out on those 10 treasure chests, but at least I do still get the set of MH3 coming soon to a Moto account near me. Yeah, 7-2s went from 7th place down to 24th place. And as you can see, our breakers were not stellar. The 16th place had 58%. 17th place is daggers. This is 0.04%. 0.04% off to miss top 16. That feels rough. So I feel for Death Grips. Other than that, I had a great time today. And again, yeah, this deck is busted. So I do hope that WotC takes action soon and bans Grief. The reason why I think it's Grief that should be banned instead of other cards is because Grief is the card that lets you take things like Fairy Macabre or Surgical Extraction or whatever out of your opponent's hand, and then is its own reanimation target. So unlike Unmask and stuff that's just like a free discard spell, that's good. But the fact that Grief, you can then rip the reanimation spell and then reanimate the Grief. Now you have this 3/2 Menace, which perfectly supplements your tempo game that you're playing with Psychic Frogs and, you know, Voidwalkers or Animated Trolls. That's just so good. And then the fact that like Troll entombs itself and replaces itself to find a land means it's mana fixing and a reanimation target. These two creatures are insanely powerful and, you know, kind of fill different roles where this is more overtly powerful, but then Archon of Cruelty doesn't eat it to Karakas or Pyroblast and allows you to kill things like Merit Lage, which we did in the matchup against lands. So yeah, this deck is just really, really good. And I am happy that I got to play it for you today. I'm happy I went 7-2. I hope you liked the list. I hope that if you're playing the SCG coming up or any other big events in Legacy, that you learn something and that you win, you take it down. So good luck out there, and until they ban Grief, I'll see you in the mirror streets. Bye bye.